everybody, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Leonard E. Dawson Center on the campus of Voorhees University. We're inside the Jerry Screen Arena. I'm Clarence Jones, and this is day 2 of the Continental Athletic Conference Pod. And this should be a great matchup here in the afternoon, as we have 4 teams here. Of course, Voorhees University, both the men and women, get ready to take on Haskell Indian Nations University. Both of these teams, men and the women, came out with victories last night, as now coming into this matchup right here, this is a very important matchup. First off, we'll start off with the women, where the Lady Tigers took care of business last night against the Lady Bulldogs. Then after that, we'll have the Tigers taking on the men of Haskell. But first, with the women first, and this is going to be a great matchup, as you'll have 2 teams guard heavy, as last night, as the Lady Tigers proved, even without the services of Nadisha Ford, they was able and more than capable of holding their own. We'll see a lot more of Todd Bunkley, and also we'll see the likes of Cambria Parker. Can they repeat their performance from last night? And also, can we see the likes of Grace Lupumba come up big off the bench like she did last night as well? We shall see. But this Haskell squad, what can you say about them? I mean, they came in yesterday with a determination to come in and win their pod, and that's exactly what they have done in the first game. But now, this is one of the biggest games of the season for the Lady Tigers and also the ladies of Haskell. And of course, we'll be your guide here for the next 9 hours, as we have a quadruple header. 9 hours, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you stay here right with us. And of course, as always, for those of you watching us on YouTube and also on Facebook Live, we have a live chat session, so you could go ahead and chat with me while we call the game here. And of course, we'll take your questions. Let us know where you're watching the game from. Let us know also, are you rooting for the Tigers, or are you rooting for Haskell, or you're a Wilberforce fan, or whatever fan that you are. I'm glad that you're here with us. So stay with us right here, as we'll have the opening tip-off and the starting lineup to this afternoon's game. Stay with us.
And our COVID-19 protocol mask wearing is encouraged. Our officials for today's game are sanctioned by the NAIA. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Leonard E. Lenity Dawson Health and Human Resources Center. This is the Jerry M. Screen Arena, and today, Continental Athletic Conference games between the guests identified as Haskell Indian Nation University against Voorhees University. And now introducing the starting lineups. First of our visitors from Haskell Indian Nation University. Wearing number 10, Maria Irving. Wearing number 15, Janae Kamala. Wearing number 20, Tizara Penn. Wearing number 21, Marilyn Goldman. And wearing number 23, Miracle Spotted Bear. The Indians are coached by Adam Strong.
All right, that's take a look at the starting lineups here this afternoon as we get ready for some great basketball here. It should be a fun matchup between the Lady Tigers of Voorhees University and also the ladies of Haskell Indian Nations University. And I learned something last night. First off, I got to give a big shout out to Hin Nation. So that is their battle cry, Hin. So big shout out to the Hin fans that are watching us here. And also, as always, Tiger Nation, always in effect. Appreciate everybody for tuning in from coast to coast. So sit back and relax. It's just the first game of 4. And we're on the way. Lady Tigers control the tap. We played 10 minutes, 4 quarters in women's college basketball. Here is Snow. She's short. And back come the women of Haskell. The Lady Tigers come out on a woman-to-woman defense to start off this game. Inside the 10 seconds, and Parker almost comes away with it. So only 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Yesterday, Haskell came in and took care of business against Washington Adventists. As the shot clock has run out, that'll be a shot clock violation, and the Lady Tigers will have possession. As I mentioned, Haskell, they took care of business yesterday against the Lady Shop. And now they're trying to go 2-0 in this pod. Yesterday it was an 80-61 victory over the then 10-4 Washington Adventist Lady Shop. Meanwhile, for the Lady Tigers, as the ball goes out of bounds, it still will belong to the Lady Tigers with 9 seconds left on the shot clock. The Lady Tigers took care of business against Wilberforce, the Lady Bulldogs, last night. 51-40 was the final score. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Turnaround shot for Herder is no good. Oh, nice pass, but unable to handle the pass, and they'll go out of bounds. Got a commend for that nice pass there, but unable to hold it.
Into the game now for the Lady Tigers is number 15, Grace Lupumba.
Grace Lupumba comes in for the first time for the Lady Tigers. Of course, this pod is very important for all teams involved for the simple fact that only the top 8 teams out of the 13 in the conference make it to the tournament. As that shot is up and no good, Ravenel with the rebound. Here comes Parker, unable to hit. Back comes Hinyu. Long three-pointer on the way, that's no good. Back comes Haskell. That's up and good.
4-2 by Columba.
So Columba starts things up. And another basket. So back-to-back buckets. And Voorhees calls the early timeout. So Coach Glover got to get his team going here. Down 4-0 with 7 minutes and 41 seconds to go. One thing playing in a kind of a tournament style like this, the Lady Tigers played last night. Meanwhile, the ladies of Haskell played in the first game yesterday afternoon. So they had a little bit more rest than the Lady Tigers. So we'll see if that is an advantage for the women of Haskell early on here. Once again, thank you so very much for tuning in here this afternoon and also through the evening as well. Day 2 of the Continental Athletic Conference pod. It's 4-0 early on here. Haskell on top, 7.5 to go. Parker with the possession, gives it up. Bunkley for 3, no good. Ball knocked out of bounds and will belong to Haskell. Seven minutes and 17 seconds to go and counting here in the first quarter. And an interception is still by Herder. Cross-court pass. Here's Carl. Unable to hit. Grace with the rebound. Herder thought about it. Carl will try a hand at a 3. No good. Grace with another rebound and put back up and in. So Grace on the board, and it's 4-2. Cross-court pass. And a steal by Parker. Back come the Lady Tigers. Parker can't hit. Carl gives it up. Back-to-back buckets for Grace Lupumba. And we're tied at 4. Quick shot the other way is no good. Another opportunity. Irving can't hit. Mapaya Irving had a great game yesterday in that win over Washington Adventist, as she had 23 points. Down low, Herder. Nice position. So Herder gets on the board. And the Lady Tigers with a 2-point lead at 6-4. Here's the shot, no good. Bunkley with the rebound, outlet to Carl. Parker slows it up. Carl will try for 3, nope. Back come Haskell. Open 3, no. And Parker will just let it go out of bounds.
Now entering the game for Haskell is number 12, Herjo.
Layla Herjo checks in for the first time for Haskell. As we coming up halfway point of the first quarter. 6-4 is our score. Lady Tigers on top. After Haskell got out to a quick 4-0 lead, and out of the timeout, the Tigers have been on a 6-0 run. Deep three, that's good.
By Spotted Bear.
Spotted Bear and a steal. Another three-pointer. That's off by Bear. Bunkley saves it into the hands of Grace. 7-6 is our score. And they call a 10-second violation. So the ball will be turned over to Haskell. Coming up on 4 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Nice rotation. And another three-pointer by Bear. So Bear off to a good start, hitting her first 2 threes. And it's 10-6. Haskell on top. And that's an offensive foul on Grace Lupumba. So Grace picks up her first, team's first, and Lupumba will take a seat on the bench. Meanwhile, IG Kokla checks in for the first time. "10-6 is our score. Haskell on top. Oh, pass is deflected, and now into the hands of Carl. Herder, bounce pass. Parker. Bunkley. They'll go inside to IG as she almost loses the ball and is tied up. And it's a jump ball, and the possession arrow will go to Haskell. So good defense by the women of Haskell. 3:05 remaining here in the first quarter. 10-6 is our score. Voorhees down to Haskell. As we have another jump ball situation, or do we have a timeout? Nope. Alternating jump ball. This time, Lady Tigers will have it. With 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go here in the first quarter, we're still at a 10-6 score. Voorhees down by 4, and with possession. Carl once again for 3. This time Carl gets the 3, and Voorhees down by 1, 10-9. Coming up on 2.5 to go in the first quarter. Out of the corner, here's Bear. Bear, who already hit 2 threes, misses that one. Here's Herder. She pick up a dribble. Finally gets it off. Here's Parker. Long 3. Good! Carl went back-to-back 3. Voorhees up by 2. The other way, no good. Rebound put back is no good. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will go to the Voorhees Ladies Tigers. So action picking up here late in the first quarter. Minute 54 remaining. 12-10 is our score. Voorhees on top.
Returning to the lineup for the Lady Tigers is 42, Ravenel.
Marilyn Goodman is in the lineup for Haskell. Meanwhile, Ravenel checks back in. Coming up on 1:45 remaining. Ty unable to hit, but as the ball hits the back of the backboard, and they'll say it will belong to Voorhees. Haskell, last team to touch it. Inbounds to Parker. Parker in the lane, off glass, too hard. Minute and a half remaining. 12-10 is our score. Voorhees on top. Rotation out of the corner for three, no good. Haskell with another opportunity. Another three put up. That one is no good. Third opportunity, that one was blocked there. No, they'll say it was last touch by Haskell, but now they change directions. But that was a block by Ravenel. So will be Haskell possession as Zanaya Snow checks back in for the Lady Tigers. Once again, thank you for everybody commenting on our comment section. Shout out for those who are pulling for Haskell and those who are pulling for the Lady Tigers as well. Here's Snow. As he picks up her dribble, gives off the IG. Bunkley with less than 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Ty will put it up. No good. She gets on rebound, put back, and she's fouled.
The foul is on Haskell's number 12, Harjo.
Harjo picks up the foul. That's her first, and team's first.
Is number 2, Estarga.
Siona Estargar
Bunkley
checks in for Haskell. Meanwhile, Bunkley at the line shooting two. Bunkley scored 12 points last night in that victory over Wilberforce. And she gets two here. 14-10, 40 seconds to go. Voorhees on top of Haskell. Off of the hands of Ravenel. They'll throw it in. And a loose ball picked up by Snow. With 25 seconds to go, shot clock is turned off. Almost a steal there. Here's Carl inside, wide open for Ravenel. So Ravenel with her first 2 points. It's a 6-point lead for Voorhees. Final seconds. Ball goes out of bounds. Clock stops with 7.6 seconds to go. 16-10 is our score. Voorhees on top. Three seconds to go. 2 seconds. Open for three. This will count. No good. After a slow start, Voorhees picked it up, and they lead 16-10 at the end of one. I'm Clarence Jones, and you're watching the Continental Athletic Conference Pod right here on the VU Media Network. We're back here for the second quarter. I'm Clarence Jones. Our score, Voorhees 16 and Haskell 10. A few shout outs to those who have commented on our comment page, YouTube or Facebook. Ron James, thank you for the comment. And also we have Murray checking in. I'm pretty sure she's rooting for Tia Murray. Rain as well, thank you for the comment. Ravenel picks up the foul. That's her first and team's first of the second period. So Jayla Fleant will be at the line shooting 2. Fleant had fouled out in the last game against Washington Adventists as we have a lane violation. So a lane violation. Parker checks back in for the Lady Tigers. As we just started here in the second quarter, 16-10 for those of you just tuning in. Voorhees on top. Here's Carl, cross-court pass to Parker. Go inside, IG gives it back off to Parker with only 6 seconds left on the shot clock. She'll try her hand at a 3. We've played a minute into the second quarter. Under 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Ravenel, good defense. Now Snow switches out. 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Down the lane. That's no good. They will not call a shot clock violation. And here comes Snow all the way. So Snow is fouled.
Number 15, Columba. That's her first.
Columba picks up the foul. That's her first and team's first of the second period. Snow will be at the line shooting. Snow scored 7 points, but 5 of those 7 points last night in that victory over Wilberforce came via the charity stripe. And Snow is good on those free throws. 8-point lead for Voorhees, 18-10. Lapumba checks back in for Voorhees. Here comes Bear. Bear pull up shot and it's good. So Spotted Bear, she's getting off to a good start here, already with 8 points, and it's 18-12, Voorhees in the lead. And that will be a traveling violation. So Haskell will have possession. Oh no, they'll call a foul, excuse me. Parker is called for the foul. So Parker with her first personal foul. It's 18-12 our score. Voorhees on top. They'll go inside, double team, and traveling violation is called. So they'll call the travel on Fleant. Herder checks back into the ball game for the Lady Tigers. 8:04 remaining here in the second quarter, 18-12. Voorhees on top. Carl, deep three. In and out. Grace with the rebound. Looked like she was blocked from behind by Fleant. As we'll have a whistle, and it will be on Voorhees.
The foul is on Voorhees, 15, Grace Lupumba.
Lapumba picks up her second personal foul. So Lupumba already with 2 personal fouls here, and we have 7.5 minutes remaining in the first half. 18-13 our score as that pass right into the hands of Grace. Here comes Parker. Snow. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will still belong to the Lady Tigers. IG Kokla checks back into the ball game. And Lupumba will check out. Meanwhile, Mapaya Irving will check back in. Here's Parker. Herder. Oh, 1 second left on the shot clock. She turned around shot is no good. Shout out to Amanda Goodman watching us from Oklahoma. How's the weather over there? 18-13 our score. Deep 3 is no good. Ball knocked around, and Inga, yes, she saves it. 6.5 to go here in the first half. 18-13 is our score. Deep 3 is no good. There by Herder. Out of the corner for 3. That's good. Siona Astorga. So Astorga with the 3-pointer. As that shot is no good. Oh, I'm sorry, Amanda. Cold and wet. It is dry and warm here in South Carolina. It's 75 degrees. Inside it goes. That shot no good. Ball loose, picked up by Herder. Five and a half to go. And as still, back come Haskell. Here's an easy deuce. Irving gets on the board for the first time. It is 18 apiece as Haskell on the run here has tied this game on an 8-0 run. Here's Snow splitting the defense. 20-18. Back quickly. No by Irving. Carl runs it down. Under 5 minutes to go as we have a whistle.
The foul is on Haskell's number 25 to Hallmark. That's her.
Peyton is called for the foul. So that's Peyton's first and Haskell's second team foul of the second quarter.
21 good money. And at the line, shooting 2 is number 10, Zanaya Snow.
Zanaya Snow will be at the line shooting 2. Tia Murray checks in for the first time, number 44 for Haskell. Snow hits. So now it's 21-18. Voorhees up by 3. Murray with the ball. She gives it up. Here's Irving. 3-pointer on the way. That's good. Spotted Bear. That's a third 3-pointer of the game. And we're tied at 21. Also in for Haskell for the first time is number 21, Marilyn Goodman is in there. as Herder loses the ball. Murray picks it up. All the way to the basket. Irving, a second field goal, 4 points. And now Haskell up by 2, 23-21. One thing I gotta say, I saw Haskell for the first time live yesterday, and even today, this team, their record, I'm sorry, I think they are much better than their record because they play with some intensity. Here's a three-pointer on the way by Bunkley, is no good. (23-21), 3:15 to go here in the first half. They go inside, outside, nice. And a three-pointer, Astorga. That's her second three. And 5 three-pointers were made by Haskell as a team. And Voorhees want to talk it over. It's 26-21 with 2 minutes and 56 seconds to go. And while we have this time, we want to just let everybody know, please like and subscribe. If you like what you see in here, please like and subscribe our Voorhees University Athletics on YouTube, and also follow us on Facebook at Voorhees University. We have a couple of announcements for our Tiger Nation. Join us as Voorhees University unveils the statue of founder Elizabeth Evelyn Wright on April the 4th, adjacent to the St. Philip's Chapel. Also join us for the 127th Founders Day Convocation on April the 4th, as Judge Penny Brown Reynolds will be the keynote speaker. Also, the first annual Voorhees University Athletic Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on June the 8th. For more information, visit voorhees.edu, or you can email cjohnson@voorhees.edu. Back into action, 26-21 Haskell. It's played very well here in the second period. Let's see if Voorhees can answer. Destiny Owens checking in for the first time, can't hit. 2.5 to go before halftime. The shot is short, ball knocked out of bounds, and it will belong to Haskell. (26-21) is our score. Shout out to Demetrius Relaford, the big alum for Voorhees. I know Tiger Nation is representing, and Haskell Nation is representing real well right here. There's the shot. It's no good, out of bounds. Mr. Smoot has checked in as well. How you doing, sir? He's another big alum from Voorhees. So again, we appreciate all of Tiger Nation and all of Haskell Nation for checking in here this afternoon. Carl cannot hit. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will belong to the women of Haskell. Minute 57 remaining here. 26-21. For those of you just joining us as far as in the streaming, it's 26-21 with a minute 45 to go before halftime. Haskell, as a team, has hit 5 three-pointers, 3 of them coming from Spotted Bear, and 2 of them coming from Astorga. Pass inside, counted and 1. Tia Murray gets position. Ravenel picks up the foul. So Ravenel picks up her second foul. And Murray will be at the line shooting the and 1. No good. Bunkley comes away with the rebound. Here's Carl out of the corner for 3. No good. And we'll have a whistle on the floor.
The foul is on Haskell's number 23, Liverpool Spotted Bear.
Spotted Bear picks up the foul. That's her first personal. Team's third with 1:17 to go before halftime. 28-21. Haskell up by 7. IG. Bank shot in. So I guess the bank is open on a Saturday. Shot the other way, no good. IG with the rebound. Voorhees down by 4. 28-24. Less than a minute to go. A pass too strong for the hands of Kokla. With 53.6 seconds to go here in the first half. Good game by both teams so far. Both went on runs here in the first half. From the baseline, that is in. Gets the shooter's roll.
By
Goodman with her first bucket. As we're coming down, 23 seconds to go. 30-24. Voorhees down by 6. Coming up on 10 seconds to go. With 2 seconds left on the shot clock. 3-pointer on the way is no good. Carl gets the rebound with 4 seconds left. Reverse. No. And that will do it for an exciting first half as Voorhees will head into the locker room down 30-24 to Haskell. And a good game here so far by both teams. And both teams really trying to get position to get into the top 8 as far as in standings in the conference. So right now, what we're going to do, we're going to take a break. And we're going to come back. We'll have the halftime stats for you, and we'll get you set for the second half. It is 30-24 our score. Haskell on top of Voorhees. You're watching the conference pod right here on the VU Media Network. welcome back here on the campus of Voorhees University at the Leonard E. Dawson Center at the Jerry Screen Arena. I'm Clarence Jones as we get ready for the start of the second half between the Lady Tigers of Voorhees University and the ladies from Haskell Indian Nations University. 30-24 is our score. Haskell on top. Both teams experiencing runs in the first half. First, it was a 10-0 run for Voorhees. Then it was followed up by a 9-1 run by Haskell. Looking at the halftime stats, first off for Haskell, what jumps out of the page is the three-point shooting from this team here so far, particularly from Spotted Bear, who's hit 3 3-pointers so far, and also Astorga hitting a couple of 3-pointers herself. That's one of the reasons, maybe that's one of the reasons why that it is a 30-24 lead. Meanwhile, for the Lady Tigers, Grace Lapumba has come off the bench. She already has about a couple of fouls, so she'll have to be aware of the foul situation going through the second half. But she came off the bench and been a little spark for the teams. Meanwhile, in the guard position, Cabria Parker with 6 points. And also, you look at these teams with the Lady Tigers, the guard position is going to play a big role here in the second half if they want to make up this deficit. And defensively speaking, they do have to force some turnovers because Haskell has been a nuisance there as far as defensively. But we'll see what happens here in the second half because both of these teams are primed and ready, and they're trying to go for their second victory in the pod. Well, who will it be? Will it be the ladies of Voorhees, or will it be the ladies of Haskell who will come out with their second pod victory here this weekend? We shall all find out coming up right after this. Don't go away. As we get ready to start this second half, once again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in on our YouTube page at Voorhees University Athletics and also our Voorhees University Facebook Live page. And of course, we encourage everybody to go ahead and chat it up in the chat room. Let us know where you're watching the game from. Are you pulling for the Lady Tigers? Are you pulling for the women of Haskell? And of course, if you're a graduate from either school, let us know what year that you graduated from, as Parker misses the first. 30-24 is our score as we get started with the second half, as that three-pointer is no good there by Spotted Bear. Nice pass inside, too strong off the glass. (30-24) is our score as we start off this second half here. As we're near still, it goes out of bounds, and it will belong back over to Voorhees. .906 remaining here in the third quarter. Both of these teams looking for their second victory in the pod here this weekend. Herder. With only 2 seconds left on the shot clock, Herder puts it up, and it will be a shot clock violation. We have substitutions now. Shout out to Andy Murray watching us from Arizona, Navajo Nation. And also a shout out to DJ Marshall Watching us all the way from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Of course, Nia Marshall, his favorite player, as always. 8.5 minutes to go. Scored yet here in this third quarter. Straight on three-pointer on the way. That's no good. It did not hit the rim, so that'll be a shot clock violation. So Voorhees will take over. Ty Bunkley. Here is IG, too hard off the glass. Shot out of the corner is no good. Haskell with another opportunity. Out of the corner for three. Spotted Bear picking up where she left off in the first half. That's her fourth three-pointer. And it's now a 9-point lead for Haskell. Here's Herder. Herder, count it and one. So Herder with the deuce, and she'll go to the line to try to complete the three-point play. Goodman picks up the foul. That's her first personal. Team's first of the third quarter. And Herder will be at the line with one shot. 33-26 is our score right now. And misses it. Oh, and it looked like almost Haskell, the team stood at the free throw lane, and it seemed like they would stop frozen for a second, as that shot is good. That's Goodman. So Goodman now with 4 points. That's her second field goal, and it's a 9-point Haskell lead. Shout out to Jewel Morris, rooting for Ravenel. (35-26) for those of you just tuning in, as the ball stepped on the line, and it will be Haskell ball. Snow could have just let that go out of bounds because it was last touch.
Now entering the game for Voorhees is number 3, Carl.
Carl checks in for Voorhees. 6 minutes and 35 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Cross-court pass. And we'll have a whistle with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Carl picks up the foul. That's her first, team's first of the third period. Bounce pass inside, nice pass, and the lay-in is there. Goodman. That's now 6 points for Maryland. Bunkley the other way, count it. So Bunkley got off to the slow start in the first half. Let's see if that basket can start picking her point production up. Spotted Bear is called for the foul. That is her second personal foul. Bunkley completes the three-point play. 37-29 is our score. Voorhees down by 8. Voorhees need to pick up the defensive pressure here. try to get back into this ball game. Cross-court pass, open three-pointer at the corner is good. Spotted Bear. That is her 5th three-pointer. That leads to a 40-29 lead for Haskell. Underneath the basket, IG Kokla. Now Kokla with 5 points. 40-31, 9-point lead for Haskell. In the lane, no good. Spotted Bear has come to play here this afternoon. Under 5 to go here in the third quarter. Carl open for 3. No good. Up the court it goes. And just off. IG with the rebound. Coming up after this game, we'll have the men's portion between Haskell and Voorhees, so stay with us right here. And then we'll have the night session coming up as a traveling violation is called against Carl.
Down to the lineup for the Lady Tigers is number 15, Lupumba.
Grace Lupumba checks back in. Astorga checks in for Haskell. Nia Marshall checking in for the first time for the Lady Tigers. Ball goes out of bounds. So Voorhees will have possession. Voorhees down to 40-31 for those of you just joining us. 4:15 remaining here in the third quarter. And that is nearly stolen. But here's Carl straight on 3. That's short. Oh, they let her open. No good. Lupumba comes away with the rebound. They'll go in and out play. Here's Carl. Under 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Herder is left open. Deep 3. Pass is stolen there by Parker. Parker gives it up. Carl to the basket, no good. Grace with the rebound. Oh, she walked. So a traveling violation is called. 3:11 to go here in the third quarter. It's 40-31 at Haskell on top. Snow checks back in for the Lady Tigers. Chantel, what's going on? Thank you for the comment. She's Tiger Nation. 3:02 to go as we have a stop in the action.
Number 10, Irving.
Irvin checks back in for Haskell. (40-31) is our score. Voorhees down by 9. 7 seconds left on the shot clock. 3-pointer on the way. That is no good. Try it another time. That's no good. Grace comes away with, nope. Bodies to the floor. Loose ball. Still loose ball as we have a foul.
The foul is on Haskell's number 10.
Irvin picks up the foul for Haskell.
That's her first.
That's her first. And the team's third team's third foul of the third quarter. Bunkley picks up a dribble in the backcourt. Herder. They get it past the timeline. Herder takes it all the way, and a whistle.
The foul is on Haskell, number 2, Sienna Estorga. That's her first team.
Estorga picks up the foul. That's her first personal.
12, Herder.
And onto the line, Lisa Herder for 2. Voorhees down by 9, 40-31 with 2 minutes and 23 seconds to go as Herder misses the first. With the score being what it is, Lady Tigers, they want to come back in this ball game. They also will have to start hitting their free throws.
The foul is on Voorhees, 15, Gracie Lupumba. That's her third.
Lupumba checks and gets her third personal foul. So now she's the first Lady Tiger in foul trouble.
Haskell, number 44.
So we'll have a 30-second timeout. So while we'll take this 30-second timeout, I'll take this timeout. You're watching the conference pod right here on the VU Media Network. As we're back here out of the timeout, 40-31 is our score. Voorhees down to Haskell. I'm Clarence Jones. First game of 4. The 2 afternoon sessions, and we have 2 night sessions coming up. And in and out for Herder. Under 2 minutes to go. As we have a whistle.
The foul is on Haskell's number 44, Jayla Brienne. That's her first, team's 5th.
Murray called for the foul. That's her first. So we have a little spot on the floor to be cleaned up. Minute 37 to go here in the third quarter. (40-31) is our score. And while we have this little time, just want to let you know, Voorhees University Honors Convocation will take place on March the 28th. Dr. Janetta B. Cole will be the speaker. And also, save this date, April the 6th, the President Scholarship Gala, Imagine the Possibilities. For more information, check our website at voorhees.edu or contact communications@voorhees.edu. So that is the President Scholarship coming up on April the 6th.
And at the line, shooting 2 is number 12, Herder.
Herder will be at the line, shooting 2. And right now, the Lady Tigers having their struggles from the line. Herder is 1 out of 2. It's an 8-point lead for Haskell at 40-32. Minute 25 to go. Traveling violation is called. So 124 remaining here in the third. 40-32 is our score. Haskell on top. Voorhees trying to close the gap before we head into the fourth quarter. Here's Parker. Parker takes it in, and we'll have a whistle.
The foul is on Haskell's number 2, Astorga.
Astorga picks up the foul. That's her second personal. So Parker will be at the line shooting 2, trying to close the gap now, which is at 8. And once again, if the Lady Tigers want to get back into this ball game, they have to shoot a higher percentage from the free throw line. Because these continuous 1 out of 2 from the free throw line, Haskell could take advantage of it. This time 0 for 2 at the line. So our score is still 40-32. Here is Spotted Bear, whose play has been very well this afternoon. She gets the ball. Straight on three-pointer. On the way is good there for Irving. Irving gets her first three-point bucket, and it's an 11-point lead, the largest lead of the afternoon for Haskell. 43-32. 26 seconds to go. Lady Tigers need a basket here before the end of the third, as Herder was trying to draw the foul, but no call. Shot clock is turned off. As we come up on 8 seconds to go, bounce pass inside. Here's Murray. Murray! Herder picks up the foul. That's her first. And it's the team's third. Murray hits the first. Five seconds left here in the third quarter. 44-32 is our score. That is no good. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. That's the end of the third quarter. And a good quarter put up there by Haskell as they lead heading into the fourth, 44-32. And we'll take this break and we'll come right back for the fourth quarter. You're watching the conference pod right here on the VU Media Network. Ready to start the fourth quarter. It's 44-32. Voorhees down to Haskell. I'm Clarence Jones. Thank you so very much for tuning in. And also, we appreciate all of the Haskell faithful enjoying the commentary. I appreciate that. The VU Media Network, it takes a team to bring on a broadcast like this. As we start the fourth quarter, here's Herder. It's up to Carl. 44-32. This game is big time here as far as standings go. Both teams trying to get into the top, try to stay in the top 8 in the conference standings. when it comes to tournament. Because remember, only the top 8 makes it into the conference tournament.
The ball was on Haskell's number 2 is Sturga.
Astorga picks up her 3rd personal foul. As we play 27 seconds into this 4th and final quarter. Haskell, for those of you not familiar with the school, they're located in Lawrence, Kansas. And now, as I was doing my research, that was interesting that they're in Lawrence, Kansas. But of course, you know, the big school in Lawrence, Kansas is KU. Bank shot in there for Carl. That's her 3rd three-pointer of the game. And it is 44-35. Boy, he's trying to come back into this ball game. Oh, nice pass. What a pass there by Spotted Bear. And in for 2 for Irving. Man, you got to give it up right there. That was a pretty basketball pass. 46-35, Haskell on top by 11. Nice pass to IG. Kokla, a 3rd field goal, 7 points on the afternoon. That one is no good. Bunkley comes away with the rebound. Here's Carl in the lane. No good. Murray comes away with it. Coming up after this game, we'll have the men's portion between Haskell and Voorhees, as right now we have a timeout taken by Haskell. So while we're at this timeout, a few more announcements for our Tiger Nation. There's the Women's Health Workshop that'll take place on February the 9th. We'll have a morning and afternoon sessions. For more information, check out our website at voorhees.edu, or you can contact S. Williams at Voorhees.edu. That's the Women's Health Workshop that'll take place on February the 9th. Also, join us as Voorhees University unveils the statue of founder Elizabeth Evelyn Wright on April the 4th, adjacent to the St. Philip's Chapel. So that will be a big event. Also, that same day, join us for the 127th Founders Day Convocation, as Judge Penny Brown Reynolds will be the keynote speaker. So a big day, April the 4th, with Founders Day Convocation and the unveiling of the statue of Voorhees founder Elizabeth Evelyn Wright. And for those who don't know, Elizabeth Evelyn Wright is the first lady to found a college at HBCU. 46-37 is our score. Voorhees down. In the lane, that shot is good there for Goodman. Goodman playing a solid game here this afternoon. 48-37 is our score. Haskell back up by 11. So Voorhees got to make something happen here in these last 7.5 minutes. Carl, she'll try it. Nope. Good position there by Goodman. Spotted Bear gives it up. Around the horn it goes. Spotted Bear in and out. Already hitting 5 three-pointers. I guess if you're a Tiger fan, you got to hold your breath every time Spotted Bear shoots up a three-pointer, because she's been hot behind the three-point line here this afternoon. 48-37, Voorhees down. Three-pointer on the way. Badly needed three-pointer there for Carl. And Carl, that's her 4th three-pointer. So she almost equals Spotted Bear as far as three-point shots made in. Oh, they'll let her have it. Nope. It's an 8-point lead for Haskell, 48-40. Carl cannot hit. Down the lane, it is in and out, no good. Rebound, put back. Kalama with the deuce. And Kalama, who had a great game just yesterday. Quiet game here this afternoon, but still effective. Kalama, after hitting that shot, she picks up her second foul. 50-40 is our score. Haskell up by 10.
Also in the game for Haskell is number 3, Shepard.
Micaiah Shepard checks in for Haskell. As the ball goes out of bounds, it will still be Voorhees' ball. And another time, so Haskell back-to-back plays trying to steal the inbound pass. 5:50 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Voorhees got to make something move now, down by 10. Bunkley, oh, with the elbow. So we'll have a whistle. So as the officials huddle up, as they discuss what the call is going to be, we remind you that coming up after this, we'll have the men's portion of Voorhees versus Haskell, so stay with us. And they'll call the foul on Bunkley. That's her first. So Haskell will have possession. Under 5.5 to go. And a steal there by Carl. Carl will take it. So Carl, 14 points on the afternoon for Carl. It's an 8-point lead for Haskell. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Voorhees basketball.
Now returning to the line for Haskell is number 15, Kalama.
Kalama checks back in. Meanwhile, for Voorhees, Ravenel checks back in. Carl for 3. Can't hit. Under 5 to go here in the fourth and final quarter, 50-42. Haskell on top. Voorhees trying to come back. Both teams winning their opening game yesterday. Who will go 2-0 in this conference pod? Here's Spotted Bear, kicks it out of the corner, no good. Carl finally comes away with the basketball. Here's Bunkley, and a foul. So Marilyn Goodman is called for the foul.
Haskell's number 21, Marilyn Goodman. That's her second.
Goodman picks up her second personal, team's third, and we're at our timeout.
Voorhees.
So Voorhees will take this timeout, and we'll take a breather as well. 4:19 remaining, 50-42 is our score. You're watching the conference pod on the VU Media Network. All right, we're back here. 50-42 is our score. I'm Clarence Jones. Haskell on top of Voorhees with 4 minutes and 19 seconds to go here in the ball game. It's the first of a quadruple header. So basketball galore here on our streaming channel. As Snow unable to hold on, but it was last touched by Haskell. So we have a whistle. So we'll reset it. 4 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Let's see if Voorhees can try to come back from this 8-point deficit. Herder can't hit. Ravenel gets the rebound. Every possession starts to become more and more crucial here for Voorhees as we wind the clock down as Bunkley is fouled.
The foul for Haskell's number 25, Peyton Tahawa.
Peyton Tahawa picks up the foul. That's her second and a team's fourth. So Bunkley on the line shooting 2. So with the clock stops at 3 minutes and 53 seconds, this is a great time for Voorhees to try to get back into this ball game. Oh, tough shooting here from the free throw line in the second half for the Lady Tigers. Bunkley with 5 points on the afternoon so far as they clean up a wet spot on the floor. Bunkley hits the second. A little bit of backcourt press as we have a whistle.
Timeout.
Timeout taken by Haskell. So with 3:48 remaining, Voorhees down to 50-43. This is the second day of the Continental Athletic Conference Pod, which is hosted by Voorhees University for the very first time. And so far, so good. The teams played some competitive games. And I also have to commend the Voorhees University staff from top on down to the bottom. They put it on here this weekend. All right, also while we're waiting, a few more announcements. Voorhees University commencement exercise will take place on Saturday, May the 4th. And the keynote speaker for the commencement will be Dr. Benjamin Chavis Jr. Also, Voorhees University Honors Convocation will take place on March the 28th. Dr. Janetta B. Cole will be the speaker. Also, thank you for everybody that's commenting in on our Voorhees YouTube page and also our Facebook Live. Continue chatting it up with us. We'll want to give you a shout out, let you know we appreciate everybody for tuning in, and stay tuned in all day. Also, let us know where you're watching the game from, and if you're an alum of either school, Voorhees or Haskell, let us know, and we'll shout you out as well. (50-43) is our score with 3:45 and counting remaining here in the fourth quarter. Haskell on top. Here's Goodman. Goodman for a long range three, and she hits. Marilyn Goodman. That's her first three-pointer, and it's a 10-point lead for Haskell. Inside to Herder. Tapped around. Haskell with control. 3 minutes remaining here in the ball game. Haskell with a 10-point lead, 53-43. Along the baseline, and Carl will be called for the foul. So Haley Call picks up her second and team second. Shout out to Christian Young, a recent alum of Haskell. Congratulations. And also Patrick 4774, watching us all the way from Window Rock, Arizona. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. You know, Arizona is a nice state. And you know, I figured out, I went to New Mexico, Albuquerque. Man, that is a beautiful city. The colors and the sights. I'm ready to go back out there to see New Mexico and Arizona. A lot of natural wonders out there. (55-43) is our score. Haskell trying to close things out. Voorhees trying to come back from a 12-point deficit. LaPumba gives it up. Herder puts it in. Uh-oh, and we have an injured Lady Tiger back up the court. But meanwhile, Haskell will continue up. Now the officials will stop play.
Officials time.
So officials time, as we check on Parker, the injured Lady Tiger. Already Nadisha Ford lost for the season, and Parker, who's played strong since Ford been out. I hope everything is okay with Parker. Meanwhile, as I look into the comment section, yeah, Spotted Bear, she is representing here this afternoon. Spotted Bear with 5 3-pointers on the game. 19 points for Spotted Bear as Parker gets up on her feet. It's good to see that she can get up on her feet. 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go here in the fourth and final quarter.
Dr. Janetta B. Cole will be the speaker.
As Parker will head back to the bench. Snow is in. Also a call in the backcourt, and it's stolen there by Herder. Herder loses the ball, no call. The ball goes out of bounds. (55-45) is our score. The ladies of Haskell on top by 10. As we're coming up on the 2-minute mark left in the fourth and final quarter. Spotted Bear with the ball. Under 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Just inside the free throw line is good. Bank shot is in. Kalama puts it in. 12-point lead for Haskell. Coming up on a minute and a half to play. Voorhees now has to score on every offensive possession. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will belong to Haskell. And right now, Haskell is closing in on their second victory of the conference pod. Shout out to Karen Marshall. the grandmother, Nia Marshall, watching us from Sacramento, California. As we have a timeout here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in from coast to coast. We do appreciate everybody for watching us from New York all the way out to California. Thank you so much. And please continue to watch us today as we have 3 more games coming up. Coming up next, the men of Haskell and the men of Voorhees will take the court. 57-45 is our score. So 1 minute and 29 seconds to go. Again, a reminder, coming up after this game, we'll have the men's portion of Haskell taking on Voorhees. As we come out of the timeout, Haskell will have possession, but Voorhees need a turnover right now. But the home run ball is there. Kalama with the deuce. 3-pointer on the way. That's rattles in for Carl. Carl, who's played a magnificent game here, especially behind the 3-point line. That's our 5th 3-pointer. It's an 11-point lead for Haskell. To the basket, 1 minute remaining. Grace picks it up. Voorhees got to go. Cross-court pass, and that is intercepted. Spotted Bear comes away with it. 45 seconds to go. And this game is about to be in the books. Haskell will come away with their 2nd conference pod victory. And this is the 2nd time I watched this team live. And again, there's no way they have the record that they have. They must have played one of the hardest schedules in the nation, because this team does not play the way how their record reflects. Columba will be at the line to shoot with 33 seconds to go. Thank you, Patrick, 4774. I hope everybody has enjoyed the sounds and the pictures here this afternoon. But that is just the first. We have 3 more games to bring you. So if you can, stay with us. As Columba, it's the first. Yes, Ron James, Haskell is undefeated in South Carolina. I give you that. (60-48) as Haskell will end up winning. The only question remains is what will be the final score. Shout out to Columba out there watching us at Washington State, the state of Washington. Thank you so much. Bunkley open for 3. She hits. And a quick foul as Carl picks up her 3rd personal foul. 60-51. Well, I will say about this, about Lawrence, Kansas, it doesn't matter if it's KU or HNU, they play some basketball out there. DR out there in Lawrence, Kansas. Parker will put it up and in. And that will do it. Final score, Haskell defeats Voorhees 60-53. Haskell now undefeated, as Ron James would say, in South Carolina. They go 2-0 in the conference pod. Meanwhile, Voorhees dropped to a record of 1-1 in the conference pod with another game coming up tomorrow against Washington Adventists. That will be taking place at Sunday, 1 o'clock Eastern. All right, as the two teams shake hands, the men is at the hallways getting ready to go, and we will take this break and we'll change over. Stay with us on our streaming as we will have the second game of our quadruple header. I'm Clarence Jones. Thank you for allowing me to bring you the action here. And we will be right back. You're watching the Continental Athletic Conference Pod right here on the VU Media Network. Welcome back here as we are getting ready for game 2 of our quadruple header. I'm Clarence Jones. In the first game, it was the ladies of Haskell over the Lady Tigers of Voorhees University. Now, Haskell Indian Nations University will try to go for the men and women sweep as the men take on the Tigers of Voorhees University. Well, last night was a thrilling night and historical night as well for the Voorhees Tigers. The Tigers came away with a double overtime victory over Wilberforce, and now with that big game, and especially in that game, the 1,000 point was scored by Hector Rosario. So now, coming in this afternoon, the main question is once they get started with the game, make sure that if the Tigers are well rested, because that was a late night game as that went into double overtime. So we'll see here, especially in the early part going in the first half between the Tigers and Haskell. Meanwhile, for Haskell, the men came with a victory yesterday afternoon against Washington Adventist. So now they're trying to go 2-0 in the pod. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, they really need this victory here against a team with Haskell 5-3 in the conference right now. They're one of the better teams in the Continental Athletic Conference. For the Tigers, we'll see if Hector Rosario can raise his level like he did last night, and also Tyler Willoughby as well. Of course, the Tigers have a deep bench when it comes to the guard rotations, but we will see what happens up front, because the front court will definitely be in the spotlight here, because if Voorhees want to come away with the victory, they will have to control the boards and limit Haskell in second chance points as well. Well, we will see what happens here. Hopefully that you'll join us, and also make sure that you comment and comment and let us know where you're watching the game from and who you're rooting for as well. Thank you so very much for joining us. The second game of our quadruple header is coming up. Stay with us. That is a look at the starting lineups as it was announced over the PA by Willie Jefferson, longtime employee and also an alum of Voorhees University. All right, as the two teams get ready to tip it off here. Once again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. It's the second game of our quadruple header. As we're ready to jump it up, and the tap belongs to the Tigers. We played 20 minutes here each half in men's college basketball. Tigers off of that late night victory as there's a steal early on. And that's good. There for Dakari Middleton, who had a nice evening, nice afternoon in that win over Washington Adventists. Starts off the scoring. Out of the corner for three. Willoughby. And Ty Willoughby was matched up here as a steal by Keyshawn Evans. And Evans can't hit. What a game that he had, and we will need more of that.
Number 13, Nehemiah Boykins. That's his first, team's first.
Nehemiah Boykins picks up the foul.
Here's number 21, Evans.
So Boykins with his first personal foul. Evans hits the first. As I mentioned last night, Evans was one of the key players in that double overtime victory against Wilberforce, which the Voorhees win that game 80-74 in double overtime. 4-2 is our score. Tigers up by 2. Nice spin move in the lane. That shot is no good. So back come the Tigers. That's stolen there by Black Bear. Gives it up. A nice play to the hoop for Trey Gaines. So Gaines, his first 2 points, and we're tied at 4. Here's Phillips. It goes off of a Haskell player. Voorhees will still have it. Still 20. We have a whistle right quick. All right, now we're ready. Phillips, catch and shoot. Good. Phillips, who had a good aim. Oh, an inbounds violation called against Haskell. I mentioned Phillips, who played big time in the second half and then double overtime last night. The ball goes out of bounds, and it will belong to Haskell. 6-4 early on. Voorhees on top. We played about 2 minutes into this first half. Traveling violation is called. So Boykins called for the travel, and Voorhees will have possession, up 6-4. Willoughby gets it off. Down on the block to go. Evans back out. Phillips just inside the three-point line, no good, and we'll have a push-off foul called against McGlure.
That's his first.
That's McGlore's first
First of the first half.
and team's first. So once again, welcome on in. And we encourage everybody, for those who's tuning in, to make sure that you comment, whether you're watching us on YouTube or watching us on Facebook, and also let us know where you're watching us from and who you're pulling for. And of course, if you're a proud alum of Voorhees or Haskell, let us know as well. Oh, bullet pass inside with the reverse, no good. Phillips in the lane. Phillips put it up and in.
By Phillips for 2.
8-4 is our score as Middleton can't hit the other way as we have a whistle. And possession, we'll give it to Voorhees. Eight-4 is our score. Tied along the baseline. Nice move. Willoughby.
4-2.
So Willoughby already now with 5 points, and it's 10-4. Voorhees on top. Deep three, that's good.
3-point pass.
There for Boykins.
By Boykins.
So Boykins knocks down the three. 10-7 is our score. Voorhees on top. They go inside to Evans. Evans, strong move to the basket. Count it, and the foul. Keyshawn Evans has definitely come alive here in this conference pod. Last night with a big game, and now he's starting off here this afternoon already with 3 points, and now trying to complete the three-point play. Have a whistle, and we'll head down the other way as this time is on Voorhees.
The foul is on Haskell's number 10.
Wawasa
That's his first.
picks up the foul. That's his first. Special shout out to Gregory Willoughby watching us. Gregory, that was a heck of a game last night, wasn't it? Oh, along the baseline, nice move there for Bryce Wilson.
By Wilson.
Wilson, his first 2 points. The other way, Evans comes away with the board. 14-7 for those of you just joining us here. Out of the corner, Willoughby unable to hit Evans. Ball goes out of bounds, last touch by Gaines. All right, so Voorhees will have possession, up 14-7. Phillips thought about it, now down the lane, pull-up shot is good. So Julius Phillips getting off to a good start here, already with 6 points, and Voorhees up 16-7 as we played 5 minutes into this first half. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will remain with Haskell, although the Tigers believe it should have been off of Haskell. So we're at our media timeout with 14 minutes and 56 seconds to go. 16-7 is our score. We'll take this break, and we'll come right back for more Tiger basketball right here on the VU Media Network. All right, we're back here. 14 minutes and 56 seconds to go. Voorhees not showing any jet lag from last night double overtime thrilling victory over Wilberforce. They lead 16-7. I'm Clarence Jones. Haskell with possession. Here's Black Bear. Boykins backs in, spin move, shot in and out. Durante Foster, who checks into the ball game with the rebound. And we'll have a whistle as a stop in action to adjust the score clock.
Now the game for Haskell is number 24.
Preston Olney checks in for the first time for Haskell. Both teams coming off of wins yesterday, as Johnson unable to hit, but Fleetian puts it up and in. And now it's 18-7. Voorhees on top. Three-pointer on the way is off. Fleetian with the rebound. For those of you just joining us in the first game, the Lady Tigers go down to defeat to the women of Haskell by the final score of 60-53. We are in our second game along the baseline. Kicks it out. Here's Fleetian. And right into the hands of a Haskell player. Here comes Gaines, gives it off. Wawasaw, who had a big game yesterday. And it's 18-9. Voorhees on top. Foster. Three-pointer on the way is no good. Coming up on the 13-minute mark in the first half. 18-9 is our score. Voorhees on top. Oh, nice pass. A two-point basket there by Boykins, but the pass from Olney. 18-11, Voorhees on top. Here's a three-pointer. On the way is good. Bryson. So Bryson, his first bucket. It's a three-pointer, and it's a 10-point lead for Voorhees at 21-11. Under 12 and a half to go. Here's Middleton. Middleton kicks it out. Wawasaw. No good. Rebound not good. Foster comes away with it. Here's Fleetian, back over to Hector Rosario, who scored his 1,000th point last night on a dunk in double overtime. Spot up three for Bryson, no good. Back the other way. Here's Olney, gives it up top to Gaines. Three-pointer for Boykins, no good. So Voorhees looking pretty good so far, given that they had a late night game, as we have a timeout taken by Coach Williams and Voorhees. So a timeout is taken by Voorhees, 11 minutes and 27 seconds to go, 21-11, Voorhees on top. This is the second game of our quadruple header coming up in the night section. We'll have Wilberforce as the Wilberforce men and women will take on a team in a Washington Adventist. So we'll have the women's portion coming up at 6:30 and the men's game at 8:30. That's the nightcapper of our quadruple header. Day two of our Continental Athletic Conference Pod on the VU Media Network. And of course, Please like and subscribe our YouTube page at Voorhees University Athletics, and also follow us on Facebook at Voorhees University. Also, once again, we encourage everybody to comment in our comment section. Let us know where you're watching the game from and who you're pulling for. And of course, if you're a great alum of either school, let us know, as we have a traveling violation called against Rosario. For those of you just joining us, 21-11 is our score. 11:15 to go here in the first half. Here's Olney. Ball goes out of bounds. Haskell will have it. Wawasaw, count it, and one. Wawasa with the deuce and the foul. Johnson picks up the foul. That is his first on Alonzo Johnson. So now Wawasa cuts the Voorhees lead down to 7 at 21-14. 10:45 to go here in the first half. Foster backs in down low. Turnaround shot is good. Foster, his first field goal, and it's 23-14. Olney tries for three, no good. Bryson with the rebound. Bryson. Here's Foster at the top of the key. Foster in the lane once again. Will have a foul. So the clock will stop with 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Ellenwood picks up the foul. Foster will be at the line shooting 2. Foster is short with the first one. Foster active on the boards last night. It was definitely a total team effort by the Tigers in that double overtime victory over Wilberforce, as Foster misses the second. 9-point lead for Voorhees. Under 10 to go. That shot is no good, as Rosario comes away with it. Bryson. That goes in. Bryson now, his second field goal, 5 points on the afternoon. And it's an 11-point Voorhees lead at 25-14. Here's Olney. Loses the ball, regains it, puts it up, and they'll call it a jump ball situation. And possession will give it to Haskell. Wholesale substitution as 5 new Tigers comes into the ball game. Well, they're not new. They are actually the starters from today's game. Coach James Williams for the Tigers, he has a deep bench as a three-pointer on the way. Trying to draw the foul was Strom. As we have a whistle. So Wawa the foul. That is his second. And the team's 5th. 25-14 is our score. Voorhees looking good early. Ball knocked out of McGlore's hands. As we have a traveling violation called against Bryce Wilson. Well, 8 minutes and 42 seconds remaining here in the first half. 25-18, Voorhees on top. Nice dribbling as he gets it out. Wide open for three is no good. Rebound by Boykins. Boykins put it up, no good. Another opportunity for Boykins, and we'll have a whistle. The clock stops with 8:19 to go. Dylan McGlore picks up his second personal foul, and Voorhees picks up their third team foul. So Nehemiah Boykins will be at the line. Boykins already with 5 points on the afternoon, make it 6. Boykins in the victory over Washington Adventists, he had a good game, scoring 13 points and also pulling down some key rebounds as well, as that second shot is no good. Phillips comes away with it. It's a 10-point lead for Voorhees as they try to lob it inside for Evans. Back come Haskell. Middleton, nice pass, block as McGlory, they'll call a goaltend on McGlore. So the basket is good for 2, and they'll call the foul. So it is an and 1. Oh, now they'll say, what's going on here? They will call it, count the bucket, but no foul. So it's a call to goaltend on McGlore. And it's 25-17. Voorhees up by 8. Tyler double teamed in the backcourt. Gives it up. Cross court to Wilson. McGlore. Evans gets the loose ball out of bounds, and last touch by Haskell. 7 minutes, 47 seconds to go in the first half.
Is number 3.
Trey Gaines checks back in for Haskell. Here's Willoughby. 3, no good. Back come Haskell. Haskell down by 8, looking to cut into the lead, 25-17. Boykins, too hard off glass. And we'll have a whistle and a foul as Wilson falls to the floor. Preston Olney picks up the foul. That is his first and the team's 6. With 7 minutes and 19 seconds remaining here in the first half. Isaiah Strom comes in. He's the brother of Brian Strom, and of course their father, the coach coaching the women, Adam Strom, who earlier today defeated the Lady Tigers. (25-17) under 7 minutes to go. For those of you just joining the live stream, here's Middleton along the baseline. He was trying to go for the reverse, but I don't know where that ball landed. But it's 25-17 as Evans with the rebound. The shot is no good. Loose ball picked up by Evans. Also, shout out to Mrs. Strom of Haskell, who was watching the live stream. Appreciate the kind words, Mrs. Strom. Thank you so very much. As we have a stop in action. Ken Mapp also checking in.
Back in the line for horses is number 2, number 12,
McGlure will check back in as Evans will check out, and also Wilson. Phillips, as the ball knocked away, good defense by Wawasa. Middleton, that time Middleton with the reverse. 25-19 as Haskell trying to battle back, but Willoughby puts it in. 7 points for T Trouble, AKA Ty Willoughby. Here Strom gives it up, and we have a whistle away from the ball, and that will go against Haskell.
The foul is on Haskell's number 3, Trey Gaines.
Gaines picks up the foul. That's Trey Gaines' second personal foul, team 7th. With 5:23 to go in the fast-paced moving first half. Voorhees up 27-19. Voorhees showing no ill effects from the late night double overtime victory over Wilberforce. Here's Hector Rosario. Rosario right down the lane, gives it off. Nice pass with the flush for Deronte Foster. 10-point lead and a whistle, and a timeout is taken by Haskell. So it's a 30-second timeout. So a 30-second timeout, it is 29-19. And we have a few announcements to let you know about. Join us as Voorhees University unveils the statue of our founder, Elizabeth Evelyn Wright, on April the 4th, adjacent to the St. Philip's Chapel. And also on that same day, join us for the 127th Founders Day Convocation, as the keynote speaker will be Judge Penny Brown Reynolds. Also, we'll have the first annual Voorhees University Athletic Hall of Fame induction ceremony taking place on June the 8th. For more information, visit voorhees.edu, or you can email cjohnson@voorhees.edu. All right, so as we head back, 5:02 remaining, 29-19 is our score. Voorhees up. Haskell trying to get themselves out of a 10-point hole. Three-pointer on the way. That is short. Willoughby with the rebound. Rosario, as the ball goes out of bounds, they'll say off of Rosario's foot. But the other referee's coming from the other side. He may have a different angle. So let's see what happens here. And they will agree with the possession belonging to Haskell. 4 minutes and 43 seconds to go. 29-19 is our score. Voorhees up here in the first half. And it's been kind of a long conversation now. I thought they agreed to the possession with Haskell. So now let's see what the situation is now. As Willoughby, being the veteran as he is, eavesdropping on there. And just by the body language of Trey Gaines, it will be Voorhees' ball. Was signaled that they was going to change the call. was when Gaines just threw his hands up. And Voorhees will have possession. And they have a 10-point lead at 29-19, coming up on the 4.5-minute mark remaining. Willoughby trying to draw the foul. No good. Kicks it out and right into the hands of Ty Willoughby. Good defensive play. Willoughby is fouled. Ty being a defensive presence here this afternoon as Ellenwood picks up the foul. That is his second personal and team's 8th. So Willoughby will be at the line, shooting 2, trying to extend the Tiger lead, which stands at 10 points, 29-19 right now.
Voorhees is 21, Evans. And for Haskell, 13, Watkins.
(30-19) is our score. Voorhees up. (31-19) now. Voorhees with their largest lead of the game so far. Coming up on the 4-minute mark. Deep 3. No good. Evans comes away with the rebound. As we'll have a whistle. They'll stop the clock. A little clock adjustment. And right now the coach, Matthew Downing for Haskell, I had a question for the scorers table. I guess this question is answered. So here's Forster. Forster, ball knocked away. Up the court it goes. Strong. Oh, they was going for the alley-oop, but the man slipped down. Hopefully he's all right. Wawasa was going. I hope he's okay, because he definitely slipped on that floor. He was trying to, and Strong was going definitely for the alley-oop. Wawasa was open, but he slipped down on the floor. So we had our media timeout, 31-19. Voorhees on top, and you're watching the conference pod right here on the VU Media Network. Three minutes and 35 seconds to go. 31-19 is our score. Voorhees on top. I'm Clarence Jones. This is the second game of 4 games here at the pod, day 2. As Rosario goes in and scores. So Rosario with the deuce. That's his first points. Also, shout out the Ellenwoods watching us from Idaho. How's the weather out there? Into the lane is Boykins, no good. Forster comes away with it. Also, shout out to the Evans family watching us. Alicia Jones commenting. Keyshawn Evans playing really, really well here in this conference pod so far. Speaking of which, Evans almost caught a dunk. And also, big shout out from Georgia, Israel, watching us in Georgia. (33-19) for those of you who just tuned in to the live streaming. We're at the 2.5-minute mark left in the first half. As that basket counts and the foul, Wawasa.
The foul is on Voorhees, number 2.
As Hector Rosario picks up the foul. That's his first. And team's fourth with 2 minutes and 26 seconds to go.
And at the line, shooting 1 is number 10, Wawasa.
Wawasa puts it in, and he has had an excellent conference pod. He was the leading scorer yesterday in that victory over Washington Adventists, and right now he's the leading scorer here this afternoon for Haskell. As a three-pointer on the way is no good. Rosario comes away with it. Evans with the ball. Back out to Phillips. Here's Foster. Foster. Oh, with the body and now call an offensive foul. Foster picks up the foul. That's his first. And the team's fifth. Shout out to Autumn Black Bear and the Black Bear family watching us from Oklahoma. Stay dry out there. I heard it's raining. 33-22 is our score. Voorhees on top. Minute 40 remaining. And that is a traveling violation called against Boykins. Minute 37 remaining and counting here in the first half. Pretty good first half here for Voorhees, showing no ill effects from the late night double overtime victory last night. Deep three-pointer on the way. That is no good. Evans skying for the rebound. Kicks it back out. Just inside the three-point line is no good, and we'll have a whistle. Nehemiah Boykins picks up the foul. That's his second.
Is number 21, Keyshawn Evans.
Evans will be at the line shooting the one bonus. Misses the front end of the 1-and-1. As we wind down to about a minute to play here, 33-22. In the lane, Gaines cannot hit. Here's Rosario. Well, 45 seconds to go. Rosario is blocked, but they'll call the foul against Wawasa.
Number 10.
And that's his third personal foul, and now he's in foul trouble. So Hector Rosario at the line shooting 2. (34-22), Voorhees looking good as Wawasag with the spin move and drawing the foul.
The foul is on Voorhees, number 1, Julius Phillips. That's his first, team 6. At the line, shooting 2 is number 10, not Wawasa.
So now with the foul, Wawasa at the line shooting 2. 9 points for the young man. Well, Warsaw is going to be a big-time player at Haskell. He's only a sophomore and out of Marietta, Kansas. And what a ball player he has been. And this is my second time seeing him live. Under 20 seconds remaining here in the first half. 10-point lead for Voorhees. Can they put the exclamation point on it? Yes, they can. Phillips for 3. Phillips with 9 points in the first half, and it's the largest lead, and that will count. Black Bear will put it in, and a strong game here for Voorhees. They go into halftime leading 37-26 over Haskell. And look no further as far as point production. Julius Phillips, who had a light night in the points production, has come to play here this afternoon, leading Voorhees in the point production with 9 points. It is an 11-point lead for Voorhees. We are going to take this break, and we'll come back for the halftime stats and get you ready for the second half. You're watching the Continental Athletic Conference Pod on the VU Media Network. welcome back here as we get ready for the start of the second half of this afternoon's game between the Voorhees Tigers and the Haskell Indian Nations University. I'm Clarence Jones, and at the half, the Tigers are leading right now by the score of 37-26 as the both teams are getting ready to start the second half. Looking at the storylines here for the first half, a strong game for the Tigers. First off, Ty Willoughby got off to a good start, but Julius Phillips has been the storyline with the 9 points in the first half. But not only that, the defense has played well against Haskell, limiting Haskell to only one shot for a lot of these possessions. But they'll have to keep that up because Haskell, they do have the horsepower to come back from this deficit and put some runs together. So the Tigers have to be aware of that. Also for the Tigers, they're doing well on the board so far, out rebounding Haskell, but can they keep that up though? Because this is an important game for both the Tigers and Haskell, because each of them wants to win their second game in the conference pod, because as you know, the top 8 teams from the conference only makes it to the tournament, which will be taking place next month, late next month. So this is a very important game for the Tigers and also Haskell. Meanwhile, for Haskell, foul trouble for Wawasa, and that is something to keep an eye out because he was the leading scorer last night in that victory over Washington and Ventus, and we'll see what happens here in the second half as he'll have to keep it down as far as with 3 personal fouls. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, nobody in personal foul yet, foul trouble yet, but we shall see what happens in the second half. It should be a good second half as both teams are trying to get their second pod win. Stay with us. We have the second half. All right, as we start the second half, Black Bear will throw it in. And away we go here in the second half. Man-to-man defense to open up the second half for the Tigers. Also, the Tigers start the same 5 that started the first half as Evans reached out, almost coming up with the steal. Here's Middleton with only 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Middleton, fadeaway shot is no good. Ball knocked around, and we'll have a foul as a collision between Wilson and Wawasa.
The foul is on Voorhees number 1, Julius Phillips.
Julius Phillips picks up the foul. That's his first and team's first of the second half. So we played about 32 seconds. Oh, now they're corrected. L is on Bryce Wilson. So Wilson picks up his first.
First of the second half.
All right, so I guess we're ready. All right, so Middleton will throw it in. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Voorhees basketball. Boy, he's up 37-26, looking for their second conference pod victory. They'll have another game tomorrow. Meanwhile, for Haskell, this is it. They will head back out of town. The follow there for Middleton.
14 by Middleton.
Dakari Middleton. And the defense being turned up a notch here for Haskell. Phillips continues the good point outburst. Second three-pointer of the game for Phillips. 12 points for the young man out of Philly. The shot in the lane is good for Boykins. It's a 10-point lead for Voorhees at 40-30. McGlure into the lane. And we'll have a 3-second lane violation called against Voorhees. We played 2 minutes into this second half. Voorhees up by 10 as we have a whistle. That is a palming violation, or in street ball they like to say carry. All right, with 17 minutes and 56 seconds to go, Voorhees will have possession and a 10-point lead at 40-30. Once again, we encourage everybody for commenting in our comment section, whether you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook. As that shot is good, three-pointer. As McGlure with the three-pointer. Evans comes away with the rebound. Evans has a nice wingspan. Next time I talk to Evans, I gotta ask him what's his wingspan. I'm pretty sure it's at least 7 feet. So traveling violation is called. 13-point lead, the largest lead of the game for Voorhees so far. Evans comes away with the rebound. Here's Willoughby. Willoughby dribbles and gives it off to Evans. And here comes the fast break. Easy two for Black Bear. So that cuts it down to an 11-point lead. And getting ready to join us here in the broadcast booth, we have the head coach for the Lady Tigers, Coach Edward Glover. As the shot put up by McGlure is no good. Here's Evans. And Evans all over the place here, even last night and to this afternoon, as Wawasaw with the 2-point basket. As now the coach will get a few words from the coach in just a second. Meanwhile, Phillips, who's having a good game so far with 12 points, kicks it out over to Willoughby, back over to Phillips. Phillips backs in, gives it up. McGlure will try again for three. No good. Rebound. Here's Middleton. Short. Rebound. Put back. Count it. And one for Wawasaw. So Wilson picks up his second foul. As a coach joins me, and of course, Coach, tough loss today, but it's a good Haskell women's squad. I want to get your thoughts about the game earlier today.
Well, like I told you yesterday, Clarence, or last night, when it comes to conference, so the records out of Haskell's, and the conference tournament is going to be on their site. They're going to be one of the teams to beat in the tournament. And I know I'm thinking ahead, but we have to be better defensively to beat teams like that. We have to be better defensively. We had some moments, and you know when a game is going to be close, everything counts. Everything counts.
Right.
Both ends of the floor. First half, we made some mental errors with bringing the basketball in. We gave up 4 points there. Second half, we lost some of our assignments on defense and gave up some big threes that kind of kept us down. Especially a lot of times we were got momentum. They got some momentum down to the end, but a little too late.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, it's that momentum thing, and especially in a setting like this where you playing a game just about every day, it's that momentum swing that's really the difference there. You know, sometimes.
And you got to get up. Every day, because this is tournament field. And for us to accomplish that goal, it's going to be some of this. But the thing about it, you lose, you're done.
Right. 46-37 is our score. Voorhees on top as Willoughby hits the second free throw. As here's Wawasa in the lane. And Wawasa, I think that I picked him as MVP yesterday, or it was. I think he had 25 points and.
Yeah, he was number 10. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he had 25 points and about 13 rebounds. He had definitely a double-double.
Yeah, he's a player. He can play.
What can you say about this men's team for Haskell up there?
Well, what they got us in here now is one of them low-scoring affairs, grinding it out.
Here's a three-pointer.
But we were on the other end last night, whereas Haskell's is on that end tonight. Now, it made us a 4-point game.
Middleton with the three-pointer. That's his first three. It's 46-42. Voorhees up by 4. 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. As here's Phillips, as he gives it up. Willoughby can't hit. And on with the rebound is Isaiah Williams. Here's Wawasa. And the Kansas native showing why he has been one of the best overall players in the conference pod this weekend.
Yeah, that's a good move. Can't take nothing away from that.
46-44. The lead is down to 2.
And some plays the defense just can't stop. A good shot is a good shot. Now we got to answer.
Ball stripped away by Wawasa, as we'll have a foul. Phillips will pick up the foul, and they'll call it that's his second and team's third, as we'll have some substitutions coming in. Before then, we'll have a timeout, but we'll keep it right here and talk with Coach for a little bit. So, Coach, now, with this loss now you have to focus on tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
And that's a big game against the Shop.
Yeah, and you played them up there early, and they had out there, they got the best of us up there. We got to get up for this one.
Yeah.
I know I told the girls, shake this one off. We had a discussion, got to move on.
Yeah.
Got to get ready for this next one. And it's a big one. Because they're like maybe 2-3 seed right now.
Right.
We need to flip-flop that. Because, Haskell's did their job.
Right.
They got an upper echelon team in Washington finished yesterday. And they got us because we're middle of the way. So now they're going to move up.
Right.
Definitely. With them standings come out at the end of next week, they'll be up.
Right. So now when you look at it, first off, health-wise, how's Parker doing? Because I know Parker took a nasty spill.
She's banged up. And, we really don't need any guards banged up at this time. But it's the nature of the game. It's getting late January, February. We're going to have those. But the trainer's checked out. She's a go.
Okay. So she's good for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good thing because we don't need no more injuries in the guard position.
Yeah, definitely not in the guard position.
Right.
But we just gotta keep grinding, And the only thing about these, you don't get no practice time in between.
Right. All right, 46-44 is our score. Haskell on the midst of a run here as the shot is no good, as we'll have a whistle, and it will be on Haskell.
is on Haskell's number 13.
So Boykins picks up his third personal foul, and the team's second in a steal.
Oh,
but
get right
stolen
back.
right back by McGlaw. Here comes McGlaw, gives it up. Oh, too long for Phillips. And if Phillips would have cleanly had that ball, that was an open three right there. And Phillips, a little gimpy going back up the court, like he's holding his left hip. Hopefully he's all right. Meanwhile, Haskell with an opportunity to tie with a 2 or take the lead with a 3. But Warsaw with the ball in his hand. You know, if I got to pick an overall MVP, Warsaw would be one of the top players on my list as far as overall conference pod. Nice ball movement, Fleecian for 3, way off, but Rosario gets it back. He has 2 men underneath, and this is Willoughby. Can't hit McGlaw. Can't get it.
Up strong.
Willoughby once again. Will they give it to him? They did not say count it.
The foul on the floor is on Haskell's number 22.
Okay, got him back.
Middleton, that's his first.
So Middleton picks up his first and the team's third.
The basket is good.
Oh, now they'll call the basket good. Oh, no, correction.
At the line, shooting 2.
Okay. Mr. J gave us the pump fake there.
Correction. The foul is on Haskell's number.
Usually he's not wrong, but I guess he
Right.
That's his first.
Williams picks up the foul for Haskell. So shooting 2 will be tie. Oh, also, want to get your thoughts about Hector Rosario scoring his 1,000 point last night in that double overtime thrilling victory over Wilberforce. What do you think about Hector's career here at Voorhees?
That was a big achievement. He's always been a steady leader, great player. If I'm not mistaken, I think Hector did that in 3.5 years. Mm-hmm. You know, he came here during that brief COVID season we had.
That was one of the weirdest seasons ever.
Oh, man. Don't make me, I don't even want to think about that season.
As Williams puts it in, Boykins. As that shot the other way is good.
Matter of fact, man, I don't even count that season.
Right, it's like a blip in the.
Yeah,
right.
Man, I tell you, that was a time. Like the old people said, that was a time.
Yes. But I'm glad we're back to pretty much normal now.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
More careful. But just,
And we learn how to do some things differently.
You're right. Matter of fact, one of the days that come out is exactly what you're seeing here, the conference pod.
Yes.
Somebody got tech. Who got teed up? That's on Haskell. That's Boykins. Boykins picks up his 4th foul. That's a technical foul. So technical free throw coming up. 49-46 is our score. And shout out to Patty White that's watching us from Columbia, South Carolina. 11 minutes and 58 seconds to go as Voorhees up 49-46, and the free throws will be taken by Bryson as Bryson hits the first. And you know, in a tight ball game like this, what would you tell your team, rather if they're up by 4 or down by 4?
Well, number one, we got to keep our composure. You don't need like that down the stretch. Still a lot of time, but you don't need that coming from a player. Mm-hmm. As well as you got to minimize mistakes because everything counts. Yeah. Close game, man, you see everything. Mm-hmm. You can turn the ball over with 20 points and it's like, oh, okay, right here, no, it's big, it's huge. It's a possession, it's a momentum swing.
4-point lead for Voorhees right now, 50-46. Out of the corner for 3 is Middleton.
Oh, that's a hole.
And Hector was fouled. And we'll head down the other way. So the foul called on Isaiah Williams. That's his 2nd personal. And the 4th team foul, as we'll have a timeout. Haskell will take the timeout with 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go. 50-46 is our score. I'm Clarence Jones, and along with our guest analyst right here, the head coach for the Lady Tigers, Coach Edward Glover. And Coach Glover, describe this weekend overall, because I know you're concentrating on trying to get some victories, but at the same time, you know, there's so much things that go into a conference pod, especially if you're the hosting school. So tell the viewers what kind of things that goes into putting on a conference pod.
Oh, first of all, it's really the athletic department, but it's so many other departments on campus that play a hand into it. You know, you got to have facilities for cleanup, locker rooms. You got to have concessions running, so you got the business of it. You got the ticket takers. You got programs had to be made. You got IT involved. You know, you got you guys, radio station. It's a lot of hands, and if we didn't have all the support, we couldn't pull it off.
Rosario falls down. We'll have a whistle.
Going back, our director of officiating had to put a crew together for all these games. You know, you're talking about 10 games. Cafeteria,
right?
University dining, delivering meals.
Yeah. Shout out to Gourmet.
Hospitality suite.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to miss anything. The managers, team managers on the side here with the brooms and you know, with the towels, got to be uniforms turned back quick.
Right.
Mr. Jefferson on the PA announcing you guys.
Right.
Our statisticians. We even brought in the legendary Bill Hamilton from South Carolina State to help us out.
Right.
With stats and doing stories.
It is 51.
It's a lot of.
51-46. Go ahead, Coach.
There's a lot in play. It's a lot. Then you got the teams getting here.
Right, because Wilberforce they
had some hiccups.
Had a hiccup.
And that can happen on the road. I know how it is.
McGlure puts it in.
Good shot.
And it's now 53-46. Voorhees on top with 11 minutes to go in the second half. So Voorhees playing to kind of grind it out here, but still in the lead though, Coach.
Yeah. But here's the opportunity right now to make that push, get this lead back up.
And here's
Don't have to rush.
Is Rosario. Rosario with the basketball.
Look like he wants a little isolation. That should have been. Fleecian. Good lay.
Good play. Keyshawn Fleecian. And it's a 9-point Voorhees lead as Evans stuck his hand out. And it will continue to belong to Haskell. But, hey, how about Keyshawn Evans? Because Keyshawn, he played great last night. And Keyshawn now, as of late, he's just all over the court, offensively and defensively.
Well, you know, when they brought him in last year as a freshman, didn't get an opportunity to play because they had the red shirt, but Coach Huff, Coach Williams said he had such tremendous upside, and they really were looking forward to getting him on the court this year.
Middleton, and that will be an offensive foul. Middleton is called for the foul. That's his second. And just going into the comment room, thank you, Ms. Smith. Appreciate the great comments. Of course, rooting for number 4, Foster. Thank you so very much. I appreciate the comment. 55-46 is our score as Rosario turnaround shot and no good. With 9:49 to go. So now, Coach, what's the advantage now? Because last night you had to play and then you had to turn around this early afternoon. But now tomorrow, now you get a little bit more rest, but you still have to play Sunday afternoon, though.
Yeah, but it's still 3 in a row. You know, it's the legs. I know me, and it could be mental fatigue too. But you know, like I'm telling girls, this is something you have to endure because it's basketball.
As Rosario hits the free throws and makes it 57-46, Voorhees with the 11-point lead. Here's a three-pointer deep, in and out, as we'll have a foul on the floor. as the clock stopped with 9 minutes and 36 seconds to go.
That's his first, team's fourth.
As the foul called. So, all right, so now Haskell with an opportunity now. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, here's Middleton. It off is Williams.
Wide open.
Wide open, three-pointer on the way. That is good there for Black Bear. So Black Bear hits his first three. It is down to an 8-point lead for Voorhees at 57-49. Inside it goes.
Too small for Evans on that one.
Keyshawn Evans has back out to a 10-point lead for Voorhees. Good defense,
yeah.
And it leads to instant offense. Here comes Rosario. And we have an injured Haskell player up the court. So we have an official's timeout. Let's see who's on the floor. Looked like a Wawasa, and he gets up. So that's good to see that he's up under his own power. 61-49 is our score. Boy, he's looking pretty good right now. What do you think about this this current play here for Voorhees up 61-49?
It's time to close out. It seems like a lead, but it's not. It's a 4-possession game still. You got to hold composure. You don't have to rush anything. If they give you, take what they give you. Easy ones, the layups, the free shots, take those. Got to play solid defense because you got to defend them. Especially the number 10 here because he's a player.
Yeah, Wawasa he's something.
Yeah, he had to come out on this play because he was injured. That'll be a dead ball before they can get him back in. Or coach could have called timeout.
All right, so.
They see, like he's bringing him right back.
Right. Yep, right back standing at the table waiting to come in. Bounce pass into Middleton. Nice pass. As Williams unable to hit, but the foul is called.
Number 23, David Harris. That's his second.
And Harris picks up his second foul.
Is number 11, Isaiah Williams.
Harris wearing number 23. Usually he would wear 30, but is wearing 23 here. As Keyshawn Evans will head to the bench. Williams hits, and it's 61-50 with 8 minutes and 33 seconds to go. Voorhees will have possession and the lead. Three-pointer, no good. Ball knocked around and out of bounds, and it will be Voorhees' possession with 8:22 remaining. Clarence Jones here with the head coach of the Lady Tigers, Coach Edward Glover, as my special analyst here on this Saturday.
And we say, all the pieces in play. Just got to call. I couldn't answer from Ms. Jenkins over at the University Dining, so I had to answer. Got to respond back to her because I know it's about the meals needed.
I got you. And big shout out to Ms. Jenkins. She provides us with some great meals as Rosario picks up the foul. That is his second. 8 minutes and 8 seconds to go as Oni will be at the line. This is his first appearance at the line as he misses. Big shout out to Lanisha Cook as watching. And also 6'5" out there, the state of Washington, rooting for the Strong Boys. 63-50 is our score. Unable to hit that three, but the rebound put back up and good for Boykins. So it's now 63-52. So we have a foul call. And that looked like, if that is on Wawasa, that's his 4th foul. All right, so now he has to be careful now. And plus, Coach, there's still a lot of time left with 7 minutes and 51 seconds to go.
At this juncture, you cannot sub him. I don't think Coach is even thinking about that.
Oh, okay. Because I was just going to ask you, I said, well, would you sub him in, or would you just let him play with the 4 fouls for the rest of the game?
And that's the thing. You got to know your player. What's his classification?
Sophomore.
Sophomore. So still some learning there with him and the coach. But if he's played some minutes last year as a freshman, he's probably got a good feel of him. He's going to let him stay because he knows he's probably the best player he has. And he needs him out there.
Dow hits
and he's
on
going,
the free
and he's
throw.
showing it right there. And one.
And one. Yes, indeed. Wawasa right back at him. After the Dow made free throw.
Well, where he's going out, he fouls out now. Let's see here. He may be doing a defense to offensive sub here.
Well, I'm already going to say that he's the MVP for this team, regardless win or loss. Okay. So.
Yeah. Well, I need the one for the first game for Haskins.
Oh yeah. Well, for the first game, I'm glad that you mentioned that. For the Haskell ladies, Miracle Spotted Bear will be the MVP because of her 19 points, but 5 3-pointers from behind the 3-point line. As here's a steal coming up. Black Bear puts it in.
And it's actually, we're doing both teams, and you have to get one from outside.
And for us, I will put Carl.
Here, Carl.
As Hector Rosario, almost a football tackle. But I'll give it to Carl.
Okay.
So that's for the first game. Willoughby checks back in for Voorhees. And Wawasa checks back in. So Rosario will be at the line shooting.
And I see Washington Venice is coming in. Let me get them straight with the locker rooms.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
you got more players. But thank you, Coach. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you soon.
I'll be back up for the broadcast of other games.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So you heard that, my producer in the truck letting me know. Yes, thumbs up. All right, timeout for Voorhees. So we'll take a short timeout, and we'll come right back for more basketball. 66-57 is our score. Voorhees on top. You're watching the conference pod on the VU Media Network. Welcome back here. 7 minutes and 25 seconds to go. I'm Clarence Jones, and you're watching the Continental Athletic Conference pod right here on the VU Media Network as Rosario at the line as he connects with the free throw. And Voorhees up by 10, 67-57 over Haskell. Across the lane is no good. Evans skying for the rebound. Here's Hector Rosario, who scored his 1,000th career point last night. Gives it off to Evans. Evans in the lane, and the ball is stripped. Here comes Middleton. 3-pointer on the way. That's good there for Brian Strom. So Strom, his first 3-pointer of the afternoon, now early evening. And right now, Haskell trying to battle back here. They're down now 67-60, and another steal. Back come Wawasa and puts it in. Here comes Willoughby, gives it up to Evans down low. Count it and one. You can hear the slap on the wrist from up here. 69-62. Black Bear picks up the foul. Evans will be at the line trying to shoot the N1. And while we have this time, I want to congratulate the 10th president of Voorhees University, Dr. Ronnie Hopkins, as he received the 2024 Diamond Award tonight in recognition of his outstanding leadership in education, presented by the Not Alone Foundation. As the shot is good, Wawasa. Right now, Wawasa playing like Larry Bird as the shot is good there by Dowell. (71-64) is our score. Go inside is Boykin. So now both teams starting to trade baskets here. 71-66 as things getting a little tighter. Under 5.5 minutes to go. Rosario puts it up and in. So Rosario starting to feel it here. Keeping Voorhees ahead 73-66 as we move up to the 5-minute mark left in the second half. Boykin down the lane. Off glass is good. So a timeout is taken by Haskell. Oh no, now it's a media timeout. So this is the 5-minute mark for the media. So we're gonna take a short break. We'll come right back for more of this exciting game. 73-68 is our score. Voorhees on top. You're watching the conference pod on the VU Media Network. Four minutes and 57 seconds to go in the second half. 73-68 is our score. I'm Clarence Jones. This is the second game of our quadruple header. Coming up after this, we'll have another doubleheader of basketball as Washington Adventists will take on Wilberforce. First the women, that's coming up at around 6:30, and then the men coming up at 8:30. Haskell, you probably want to start turning up the defensive pressure. As Johnson gives it up. Here's a three on the way. That's no good. Ball knocked around and finally controlled by Haskell. Back the other way. Here comes Wawasa. He kicks it out the corner for three. It's good. That's Boykins. That's his second three. And right now is down to a 2-point lead for Voorhees. Here's McGlure. McGlure can't hit. Here comes Haskell. Haskell down by 2. Boykin for the, oh, he could not hit. Wawasa in the lane. My goodness. Did you see that spin move? Willoughby picks up his first personal.
At the line, shooting 2 is number 10, Wawasa.
Wawasa at the line. $23 points, now 24 points for Wawasa. Ellenwood checks back in. Also, want to give some props for those who are commenting in our comment section. Appreciate the compliment, 6'5". We try to put on the best production as we can here to give you some good entertainment. Wawasa ties things up here at 73 apiece. Almost a travel there. Alonzo Johnson bats in. Here's Evans. He's short. Middleton comes away with the board. And now Haskell, who's been down for most of the second half, will try to take the lead. .3:15 remaining in the ball game. Middleton, double team, kicks it out. Three-pointer on the way. That is off. Ball loose is picked up by Willoughby. Outlet pass to McGlure. McGlure gives it up. Johnson can't hit, but the follow by Evans is there. Boy, he's up by 2, 75-73. The shot is off. Two and a half to go here in the ball game. Tight game, good game going on between Voorhees and Haskell. Both teams trying to win their second pod game of their weekend as Evans was fouled.
The foul was on Haskell's number 21, Alexander Ellenwood.
Ellenwood picks up the foul. That is his third.
Is number 21, Keyshawn Evans.
And Evans will shoot 2. Some big free throws coming up here with 2:17 to go. Evans with 12 points so far. And we have a timeout on the court. Haskell calls for timeout. We'll keep it right here. A few announcements to let you know about. First off, the baseball season for Voorhees University is just right around the corner as they'll have their season opener against the University of Pikesville coming up Friday, February the 2nd. That'll be a home game for those in Tiger Nation that want to come and check them out. Please root on the Tigers baseball squad. Once again, they'll face Pikes. That's a Friday. Also, congratulations to our president, Dr. Ronnie Hopkins, as he receives the 2024 Diamond Award tonight in recognition of his outstanding leadership in education, presented by the Not Alone Foundation. Also, a few other announcements to let you know about. Big day coming up on April the 4th. As join Voorhees University, as we will be unveiling the statue of our founder, Elizabeth Evelyn Wright, adjacent to the St. Philip's Chapel. Also, that same day, we'll be celebrating our 127th Founders Day convocation. The keynote speaker will be Judge Penny Brown Reynolds. Meanwhile, coming out of the timeout, Evans with another big free throw coming up here. He's short. And stepping out of bounds, and it will be Voorhees basketball. So Brian Strom has said his back foot stepped out of bounds. Point lead at 76-73. 2:14 to go. Voorhees in a tight matchup last night in double overtime against Wilberforce, and the same thing is happening here this afternoon. Rosario ball gets out of his hands. Here's Black Bear. Under 2 minutes to go. It's crunch time now for both teams. Which one will go 2-0 in the conference pod? Long three-pointer. Strom hits it. Brian Strom. That's his second three-pointer, and we're tied at 76. Big shot there. Ball knocked away off of Middleton's hands, and it will stay with Voorhees. Here's Phillips. Phillips, who's had a nice game so far, gives it up. Open for three. Willoughby! Trouble with the three. Voorhees will call the timeout. It's a 79-76 lead for Voorhees. Big three for one of the best players in the conference for Ty Willoughby. 1:19 seconds to go. So what we'll do, I'm gonna catch my breath. We gotta take a quick break and we'll come right back. You're watching Conference Pod right here on the VU Media Network. One minute and 19 seconds to go. Tight ball game. Voorhees up by 3, 79-76. I'm Clarence Jones. This is the second day of the Continental Athletic Conference Pod and the second game of our quadruple header. Coming up after this, we have a women's matchup between the Washington Adventists and Wilberforce. But right now, things hanging in the balance. Out of the corner for three. For the tie, Strom. Strom, his third three-pointer of the half. And a steal by Boykin. Up it goes. Wilson only back. Now Rosario comes back. Blows the layup. Here comes Voorhees. 40 seconds to go, tied at 79. Is it possible? Can it be another overtime? Here comes Rosario. And they're called the traveling. So a travel violation with 26.9 seconds to go on Rosario. So now Haskell will have time to put up a shot. And before then, Haskell will call for time. Again, 26.9 seconds to go. We're tied at 79 apiece. And apparently, this has been a very memorable conference pod here, especially for the Tigers. Last night, going into double overtime, winning against Wilberforce, and it's possible that we might have another overtime featuring the Tigers. Mind you, that double overtime was the last game of the day. This is only the second game, and we still got 2 games to go. So we'll see what happens, but anything can happen. Once again, want to remind everybody that the Voorhees baseball season is just around the corner, as they will host the University of Pikesville on a Friday, February the 2nd. Also, once again, props go out and congratulations to Voorhees University's 10th president, Dr. Ronnie Hopkins, receiving the 2024 Diamond Award tonight in recognition of his outstanding leadership in education. And the award will be presented by the Not Alone Foundation. Also, speaking about presidents, save this date, April the 6th, we have the President Scholarship Gala. Imagine the possibilities. For more information, check out our website at voorhees.edu or contact communications@voorhees.edu. So here we go. Tied at 79. Haskell, Voorhees, who will win the second game of this conference pod? Shot clock is turned off. 14 seconds to go. Strom with the ball. Strom, who already hit three-pointers. Can he do another one? Strom in the lane. No call. Tie up. Possession arrow will give it to Voorhees with 3.1 seconds to go. So Voorhees will have it with 3.1 seconds to go. And a timeout taken by Voorhees. You know, if Jay Will had hair on his head, it would be gray right about now. But instead, I might see a few gray hairs growing on his beard. I mean, this right here, the life of a coach right here. Double overtime last night. You got 3.1 seconds to draw up a play. There's a lot on the line here. The Tigers right now, they're trying to get as many wins as they possibly can because, once again, they need to be finished in the top 8 in order to make it to the tournament. So that's why this conference pod is so important and trying to rack up wins. For Haskell, same thing with them. They're trying to rack up some victories as well. Remember, the top 8 teams out of this 13-team conference makes it to the conference tournament. Once again, I want to shout out to Tiger Nation and also Haskell Nation for tuning in for both of these games this afternoon. Shout out to Darryl Bird watching us from Greenville, South Carolina. All right, so here we go, 3.1. Will we have a game-winning shot? Here's Willoughby. Haskell is calling for a traveling call. Everybody from Haskell bench, the coaches, the players, and a few supporters from Haskell says they want to travel on Willoughby. Now the officials will have a conference.
Timeout. Voorhees.
And Voorhees has called the timeout. So now you call the timeout, but you only got 0.3 seconds to go. And I don't think that's enough time for a catch and shoot. We're tied at 79. We still got 2 more games to deal with. So right now, as the coach Williams draw up a play, offensively, Coach Downing for Haskell. Right now, for Haskell defensively, you don't want to give up any cheap fouls. Meanwhile, for Voorhees, you don't want to turn the ball over at the wrong time. So right now, as the officials are still talking, first to Matthew Downing, the head coach for Haskell, and now to Dakari Middleton. As much politics is being talked on the floor as the players are politicking to the officials, I wonder how many of them is studying law, because there's been a lot of politicking on the floor here this afternoon. All right, they'll put 2 seconds back on the clock, so that will be enough time for a catch and shoot. Willoughby is wide open. Willoughby will take it for the win. And we head into overtime. And for the second day in a row, the Voorhees men will be involved in overtime. Last night, it was tied up at 59 apiece in the first overtime. Then in the second overtime, tied at 68 apiece. Then finally, it was, well, at the end of regulation, it was tied at 59. Then at the end of one overtime, it was tied at 68 before Voorhees came out on top 80-74 in double overtime. Now, here this evening, now we're in the evening now, the evening hours of 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. Voorhees, for the second day in a row, will head into overtime. So let's put 5 extra minutes back on the clock. So 5 minutes on the clock. OT, here we come. So let's catch our breath for a quick minute. So here we go. What a game this has been. Start of overtime. Open three for Evans. No good. McGlaw comes away with it. It looked like there will be a traveling violation. So a traveling violation called, and Haskell will have possession. Once again, shout out to everybody that's watching us from coast to coast, whether you're a Tiger Nation or a Haskell Nation. Thank you so very much for joining us here for this extra session. Here's Blackbeard. Blackbeard had a solid game, but here's the man of the hour for Haskell. Wawasa takes the shot and hits. Wawasa working on a 30-point night. He's almost there as Willoughby is fouled. Wawasa picks up the foul, and that will do it for him. And the high scorer of the entire game will head out, and the fans realize this. That is why you hear the extra cheer. Wawasa will sit down, and like I said, close to 30 points here this early evening. So Willoughby will be at the line to shoot with 4 minutes and 16 seconds to go. And now, who will take the mantle of being that guy to take the shot for Haskell? Willoughby hits both of his free throws. We're tied at 81. We're in overtime. Here's Strom. Boykin gets it. Boykin puts it in. Boykin, the second leading scorer for Haskell here this afternoon, early evening, gives Haskell a 2-point lead. Now low, shot by Wilson is good. Tied at 83. Under 3.5 to go here in overtime. Black Bear gives it up to Middleton. Shot is no good for Boykin. McLaurin gets it. Here comes Wilson. 3 minutes to go here in overtime. Willoughby takes the shot. No good. Evans underneath. Evans puts it back up and in. Evans, just like last night, coming up big here in overtime. 2:45 remaining. 85-83, Voorhees on top. Ball goes out of bounds. It will be Haskell possession. Stay tuned. We'll have the post-game show. As we'll have a timeout for Haskell. 85-83. Voorhees on top with 2 minutes and 37 seconds to go. We'll have a chat with Coach James Williams of Voorhees. Another game, another overtime. And also make sure you stay with us. This is only the second game of our quadruple header. As coming up after this, we'll have the third game of our quadruple header as the women of Washington Adventists, coming off of that loss to Haskell yesterday afternoon, will take on the Lady Bulldogs of Wilberforce. Then after that, we'll have the final game of our quadruple header as the men of Wilberforce take on the men of Washington Adventists. So stay with us. We still have plenty of basketball left here. Jerry Screen Arena on the campus of Voorhees University. (85-83), Voorhees on top. Once again, appreciate everybody for tuning in and also commenting on our Facebook page and also our YouTube page as well. Middleton kicks it out. The shot. Oh! The basket is good. The basket is good. Count it. That's Black Bear with the shot. Some confusion with the Voorhees crowd. That thought that should have been a out of bounds. They thought that the ball went over the backboard, but no. The luck of the bounce. How about that? Tied at 85. What more can we see in this game? .2:15 to go here in overtime. Tied at 85. Here's Phillips. Willoughby kicks it back out. Phillips thought about it. Phillips in the lane. His shot is good. Julius Phillips. The basket, that last basket by Haskell was actually made by Haverin. So I apologize for that. Oh, that shot is good once again. And that time it was strong. Tied at 87. Black Bear picks up the foul. That's his fourth.
Shooting 2 is number 2, Hector Rosario.
Thank you, appreciate it. You see the fans and everybody, they correct me, but thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody on their toes here this evening. But meanwhile, let's see what happens in this last minute and 23 seconds. Rosario puts it in. 1 point game for Voorhees, 88-87. We're in overtime. A minute and 15 seconds to go. Strom gives it up. Oh, it's picked off there by Evans. Good play for Keyshawn Evans. We're down to a minute.
1 minute.
Minute to go. Here's Rosario. Rosario bounce pass inside. Phillips falls to the floor.
Timeout.
And a timeout is taken.
Haskell.
As Haskell takes the timeout with 48 seconds to go. 88-87 is our score. I'm gonna take a quick timeout. We'll come right back for the last 48 seconds. You're watching the VU Media Network. .48 seconds to go here in overtime. Voorhees with a 1 point lead, 88-87. I'm Clarence Jones. What a game we have here. So here we go. This is Olney. He gives it up. Takes it out, open three. No good. And Phillips comes away with it. The shot clock is turned off and a foul. So Julius Phillips, some big free throws coming up.
Number 24, Olney. That's his second. And at the line, shooting.
So now,
number 1.
Julius Phillips with the biggest free throws of the game coming up. And Julius had been having a great game. Let's see if he can finish it off. 15 points for Phillips here so far. Three-point lead for Voorhees. Shot clock is turned off. Haskell needs a three. It's 90 to 87. Who will take the three? Or maybe the quick two? No. Ball knocked around in Evans' hands. 10 seconds to go. Wilson is fouled with 8.7. Ellenwood picks up the foul. 90 to 87, and now Wilson with two big free throws coming up here. Misses the first. Haskell still in it. Now if he misses this one, Haskell needs a three with 8.7 seconds to go here in overtime. Isaiah Strom comes in. He's the brother of Brian Strom. Oh, he misses the second one. Haskell still has a chance to tie the game. Here we go. The three. Oh, he hit it! My God! With 0.1 seconds to go, he hit the three. Strom. Brian Strom. His fourth three-pointer of the game. Tie game at 90. My goodness. With 0.1 second to go, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I think we have a second overtime coming up here. Wow. And I have to agree with the comment section. Patrick, 4774, yes, it's a game of breaks. It is a game of breaks. Wow. Tied at 90 apiece. Now they put 0.5 seconds back on the clock. This has been a heck of a game. Oh, stolen with the win. No. So we have a second overtime coming up. Oh, yes, the chat room is unbelievable here right now, but this game has been unbelievable. We have a second overtime. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I got to relax my voice. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back for the second overtime here. I'm Clarence Jones. I hope, are you entertained or you're not entertained yet? We're tied up at 90 apiece. And I have to give a big shout out to our guy, Curtis Sumner, who's watching us. And get well, big buddy. Appreciate all that you have done for us here at the VU Media Network and for Voorhees University as a whole. Okay, we'll tap things up. So now the women of Washington Adventist and Wilberforce will have to sit down at least another 10, 15 minutes. Here's Willoughby in the lane. We have a foul.
Haskell's number 3, Trey
Gaines
his third.
picks up his third personal.
2 is number 13, Tyler Willoughby.
Yeah, Curtis, this is crazier than the double overtime game at homecoming. Yes, indeed. Yeah, 10 games in 3 days. Indeed, it's crazy, but guess what? It takes crazy folks to cover games like this. And what a crazy game we have here, double overtime. That one is off. So we're still tied at 90. Here's Black Bear. Three-pointer on the way. Oh, he hit it! The basket is good. Strong. Playing strong. That is an and one. Wow. Brian Strom. Brian Strom wants all the smoke here tonight. 93-90. Haskell on top. Can Voorhees answer? Wilson in the lane, gives up to Phillips. Phillips can't hit, gets his own rebound. Gives it up, Wilson. 1 point lead for Haskell. Oh, thanks 6'5" for letting us know. Coming back from ACL surgery, Brian Strom. He's all the way back, in my opinion. Down the lane, short. Willoughby comes up with it. Willoughby is fouled.
The foul is on Haskell's number 1, Black Bear. That's his
Black
fifth.
Bear picks up his 5th foul, so that is the 2nd Haskell player disqualified. First it was Wawasaw, and now Black Bear will come out. McGlure checks back in.
Number 25, Hardman, and at the line shooting 2 is number 13, Willoughby.
So Willoughby makes the first. And yes, Dr. Calvin T. Williams, Strom is playing ball here. Now it makes me want to reconsider the MVP voting here. I mean, well, also fouled out, scoring nearly 30 points, but Strom in his spot, my goodness, 5 3-pointers. 18 points for the young man. Black Bear will head out, but he's played a strong game. And I agree with you, 6'5". Black Bear did play a strong game. But right now, it is Voorhees by 1, 94-93. Back and forth we go. Along the baseline, we'll have a whistle.
The foul is on Voorhees, number 21,
Keyshawn Evans picks up the foul. That's the first and the team's 10th.
Is number 25, Kevin Hardman.
So Derek Harvarn will be at the line to shoot. He will try to tie the game and try to give Haskell the 1-point lead. Misses the first. Now the best thing he could do is tie this game up. Tie game. 94 apiece with 3 minutes and 22 seconds to go. We're in double overtime. Now who wants it more? Voorhees or Haskell? We'll find out. Or maybe we might go to a triple overtime. Tied up at 94. Willoughby gives up to McGlure. McGlure back out to Willoughby. Spots up for three. No good. Gaines with the rebound. Under 3 minutes to go here in double overtime. Boy, he's got to tighten up on defense. Here's Gaines, get it out. Middleton along the baseline. Oh, they'll call the foul. So Middleton will be at the line. McGlure picks up the foul, and that is his fourth. So Dakari Middleton will be at the line. 9 points for Middleton so far. Middleton misses the first.
Now playing for Voorhees is number 20, Bryson.
Bryson checks back in for the Tigers. Middleton hits the second, breaking the 94 all tie. (95-94) is our score. Voorhees down by 1. Here's Phillips. Phillips lights it up for three. Got it! Julius Phillips, big three. The Philly native gives Voorhees a 2-point advantage, and now Rosario with the big defensive rebound. Rosario was close to that backcourt, as we'll have a whistle.
The foul is over Haskell's number 21, Ellenwood. That's his fifth.
Ellenwood picks up his 5th foul, so that's the 3rd Haskell player disqualified here.
At the line, shooting 2 is number 2, Rosario.
So Hector Rosario, can he push the lead up? (14 points for Rosario here so far. Now 15. Under 2 minutes to go. It is 99-95. Voorhees on top. There goes that man again, strong. As it off to Middleton. Middleton, guarded, hounded, ball. Oh, and they say last touch by Gaines. Minute 38 to go. 4-point lead for Voorhees and a foul.
Number 3,
Gaines picks up the foul. That is his 4th.
And at the line, shooting 2.
So back to the line, Hector Rosario. And I thought I read a comment, I think it came from Dr. Williams, talking about putting in Rosario's hands. And right now, Rosario back to the line to shoot another pair.
Timeout. Haskell.
Haskell calls the timeout. The crowd on their feet. And it's 100-95. Voorhees on top by 5 with a minute 35 remaining. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, we still got 2 more games to go. We have the women's game coming up here. Washington Adventists taking on Wilberforce. And both teams, look, they've been in the locker room so long, they could have come up with another game plan for tonight's game. We shall see. But I hope everybody is enjoying themselves watching the game here this evening. And continue to comment. We have a lot of people commenting on the comment section. That's what we love to hear from you. Thank you so very much for tuning in. VU alums and also Haskell alums too. Thank you so very much. We appreciate that. All right, coming out of the timeout, minute 35 to go here in double overtime. Tigers with a 5-point lead, 100-95. So now Rosario shooting one more. Try to give Voorhees a 6-point lead. He's been perfect from the line the last 2 trips. It's a 6-point lead, 101-95. Gaines. That's off the bottom of the backboard, and they will say no signal yet. It will belong to Voorhees. So here's Evans, and we'll have a whistle. And Keyshawn Evans is another big man playing well back-to-back games. Shout out to his sister that's watching us right now.
It's number 21, Keyshawn Evans.
So Evans will be at the line to try to push the Voorhees lead out. Matthew Luck says no third overtime. Washington Adventists, they're ready to play. I got you. Second shot is good for Evans. 102-95, Voorhees in the lead. Strom puts up the 3. No good. Rebound blocked by Evans. Another attempt. Shot no good. Phillips. Evans with the ball. Evans takes it to Bryson.
1
minute to go. No calls. Double team. And it's stolen. Boykin touched the ball, but he was already out of bounds. 53.8 seconds to go. 102-95. And a foul is called. This time, Phillips will be at the line.
The foul is on Haskell, number 13, Boykins. That's his 5th.
Boykins picks up the foul. That is his 5th.
At the line, shooting.
Now that's the 4th Haskell player disqualified.
Phillips.
Shot is good there for Phillips.
Into the lineup for Haskell is number 11, William.
As we'll have a stoppage of play first. 103-95, Voorhees up by 8, doing it from the free throw line here in the second overtime. And I believe Voorhees has not missed a free throw shot in the second overtime yet. Oh, I was getting ready to say that was going to be the commentator jinx, but Phillips puts it in. 104-95 and a quick 2. Harvin. And a quick whistle.
The foul is on Haskell, 0 strong. That's his first. Shooting 2 is number 2, Rosario.
So Rosario will be back at the line. He's perfect from the line here in this overtime session. Once again, coming up, we have more basketball action. Washington Adventists and Wilberforce will play 2 games. The women's game coming up. Women for the Shock, upset by Haskell yesterday. We'll see what happens tonight, but right now, 105-97 is our score, and there's a steal. Here comes Phillips, end it right here. Bam! 10-point lead. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is in the books. In double overtime, Voorhees, for the 2nd day in a row, comes away with the victory in double overtime, 107-97. What a game here this afternoon, early evening. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. 107-97 here in double overtime as the Tigers finally pulls it out. And we'll have the post-game show coming up. We'll talk to Coach Williams. Meanwhile, let me catch my breath. Sit back and relax. We'll have the post-game show coming up. Once again, 107-97 is our final score. Voorhees with the victory, and they go 2-0 so far here in the conference pod. We'll be right back for the post-game show. Don't go away. Welcome back here at the Jerry Screen Arena on the campus of Voorhees University. I'm Clarence Jones, and you have just witnessed a thrilling double overtime victory by the Voorhees Tigers. They do it back-to-back nights in double overtime. First, it was the victory over Wilberforce, and now they do it here against a very feisty and a good Haskell team as they put up over 100 points, 107 to 97, our final score. Got to give you some of the box scores, because these are some incredible box scores. First off, for the Tigers, the leading scorer for the Tigers was Julius Phillips. The Philly native definitely came out to play after a pretty off night as far as points production last night, but he came out like a lion here. But right now, we have the head coach for the Tigers as James Williams comes in. And I was just really ratting off some of the stats. Julius Phillips, he led the team with 23 points. Tyler Willoughby with 18 points. Keyshawn Evans, back-to-back nights. Some good, huge numbers here, 17 points. Just want to get your assessment about your team's play, and again, winning in double overtime.
Free throws. We make free throws, we win, right? Again, just another opponent that wouldn't quit. You think you have them put away, and they keep fighting. But I told our guys in the locker room, man, we got a group of fighters. You know what I'm saying? And our motto this year was stick together. And the guys, they play for one another. They stick up for each other, and they got the job done. Because at the end of the day, you know, the W is all that matters, and we just want to keep pace in conference. You know what I'm saying? Our goal is to get to Kansas for our conference tournament. That was a goal that we have, and I think that might have secured it for us right there, that win. We still got more work to do, but man, I'm just proud of our guys, man. I'm real proud of them. They fight, man. Yeah. I know it's not good for my heart, but Ms. Johnson get mad at me because she wants to go home a little early with these overtime games. But these guys, man, they don't say quit. And I don't know, first semester we probably would have lost a game like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, their heads would have hung, but man, they're fighters, man. Right. They're fighters. Right. I told them in the locker room, man, I said, sometimes in life you make mistakes. And you don't do the right thing, or something happens, but man, grace is so important, and we've had it these last couple games. Right.
Now, looking at these games, because you mentioned the fight, this team, and really these last two games where it went into double overtime, you had to dig deep into the bench, but the bench production and plus the starters, they all came together here this evening again.
Development, man. One of the biggest things that we talk about here is developing. And I believe in developing all 17 guys, you know what I'm saying, not just the first 10. So I have a lot of trust in our bench. They might not get as many minutes as they want, but the minutes that they get, I try to tell them to make it impactful. Put your time on the floor, because your moment's going to come. You know what I'm saying? And Julius was big. And Tyler was big down with some big shots, but Julius has been big for us all season. I think he's our second leading scorer, actually. He's been consistent since he got here, man. The dude puts in the work. He's just that Philly, man. It's that Philly in him. So. And
that's the thing. If Julius, if he doesn't have a big night in points, but there's other things defensively, rebounds, ball control, he has done a marvelous job here for the Tigers.
Oh, he's tough, man. He's tough. It's one thing about guys from Philly, man. That Philly basketball is tough, and he's a Philly product of Philly. You know, this basketball tough. I want to give a shout out to Dylan. Yeah. Dylan flies around, man. He takes bumps. He's probably the most conditioned athlete in the country to me, man. He was guarding their best player, and he was killing. That kid, number 10, man, was killing.
Yes. I have to give him a prop. Wassasaw, he scored 32 points here this evening, although he's only a sophomore. Yeah. So he is a young, up-and-coming player here.
Man, and so he trying to stop him was tough, and he was making tough shots. But Dylan did a great job, man. He accepted the challenge. We put him in the starting lineup the last two games, and so, man, our guys just stepped up, man. That's all I can say. I'm not even gonna get no rest because we got some more games here for this event, man. But this has been so cool, man. And shout out to our media team for being here. This is a lot, in the 2 days, man. But you guys have been awesome for us, man.
Definitely. Hey, and now our attention turns to Sunday, because now you got another game against another pretty strong opponent in the shock of Washington Adventures. Of course, we'll see them later on tonight, but your early thoughts about the game tomorrow?
Oh, man, big, physical. They're from D.C. They play that D.C. brand of basketball. Coach McFarland does a great job with his guys. They beat us last year, so they got a lot of the players from last year, so I'm very familiar. We're going to look a little different from a lineup standpoint, so there's some things that we already keyed in on from a strategy standpoint, man, and we're going to give it a go tomorrow. And our goal was 3-0 this weekend. We made 2-0, however it comes, and I'm just excited for the guys, man.
Well, just one more thing. Coach, if we can, let's not try to have another double overtime game because, my heart, I know your heart, well, everybody's heart can't really stand for it. But once again, thank you and congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
No problem. Thank you so much, man. This suit is nice, man. I ain't seen this one. This is new.
Yes. The brothers Brooks, the Brooks brothers. All right, that was the head coach for the Tigers, Coach James Williams. And right now, I guess now with only 7 minutes to go, welcome on in to Game 3 as Washington Adventists, the Lady Shock, who was shocked yesterday against Haskell, will now take on the team in Wilberforce, the Lady Bulldogs. Lady Bulldogs are trying to upset a team in the Washington Adventists. A real strong squad. It was a little off yesterday, but we'll see what happens here on this court. The Lady Bulldogs of Wilberforce, they come in, they're prime and ready for an upset, but we shall see what happens here in this basketball game. So once again, stay with us, and a big shout out to now our Washington Adventists and our Wilberforce squad that are here and watching us on streaming. Make sure that you comment, let us know where you're watching the game from. If you're an alum of Wilberforce or if you're an alum of Washington Adventists, let us know as well, and let us know where you're watching the game from. Okay, we're going to take this short break, and when we get back, we'll have the start of Game 3 of our quadruple header. So stay with us, and you're watching the Continental Athletic Conference pod right here on the VU Media Network. All right, and welcome back as we have game 3 of our quadruple header as both teams head out on to the court. Shock of Washington Adventists takes on the Lady Bulldogs of Wilberforce University. I'm Clarence Jones as we get ready for some more basketball here in the Continental Athletic Conference Pod. The Shock in their home whites as we begin. So the Shock will have the basketball. Shock yesterday lost to Haskell, but again, this team is good. Basket is good there by Fowler. So Fowler with first 2. 2-0 lead, and here comes a steal. And the shot put up and in. 4 quick points. That is Soleil Carroll. Again, this team in Washington Adventists, a team that 10-5 on the regular season, but they are a good team. And of course, with the loss yesterday to Haskell, they trying to come back with a win today, and they getting off on the good foot. Shamdeen with the 3-pointer, and a quick timeout by Wilberforce. 7-0 run to start this game, and we only played about a minute. Actually, we only played 58 seconds into this first quarter, and already 7-0 is our score. So the Shock is coming out here, and they're going to try to avenge their loss into the hands of Haskell yesterday. Meanwhile, Wilberforce yesterday lost to Voorhees by the final score of 51-40. In that game, Price was the high scorer for Wilberforce. So coming out of the timeout, let's see if the Lady Bulldogs can answer this Shock storm. And another turnover. Numbers. Fowler, no good. Rebound. Cross-court pass. Fowler is called for steps. So turnover, and the Lady Bulldogs will have possession. Up the front court it goes. Inside. That shot too strong off the glass. One more time. Fowler with the block. Fowler falls to the floor. Gives it off to her teammate. That's Ricks. Shamdeen, who hit the first 3 of the ball game, goes to Fowler. Ricks, foot on the line. So we played 2 minutes into this first quarter. Shock is on a 7-0 run. Oh, and out of bounds. And they'll keep it with the Shock. A big shout out to everybody that watching us, especially those Shock Nation and also Bulldog Nation as well. Thank you for joining us. Here's a steal. All the way in for 2 there for Sparkle Lee. So Sparkle gets the first points of the ball game for the Lady Bulldogs. It's now 7-2. Shamdeen from deep, no good. Back the other way. And we have a tie-up. So alternating jump ball. And the possession will give it to Wilberforce. So Wilberforce will have possession. Wilberforce out of Ohio. Washington Adventists out of Maryland. Go heading towards the DC area. So they'll throw it in. Abrams gives it a, oh, and it's stolen. Back come the Shock. Along the baseline, that's blocked from behind. And a steal. Back comes Washington Adventists. And the basket's good as Velez puts it in. That's her first 2 points. And right now, Shock in control, 9-2 early on here in this ball game. Cross-court pass. Go inside, nice pass, and the lay-in is there. Hairston with her first 2 points. And right now, Wilberforce down 9-4. Under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Loose ball, still controlled by the Shock. 3-pointer on the way, it is no good. Rebounded there by Abrams. Back come Abrams. 3-pointer on the way from the wing, in and out. That went halfway down and came back out. Once again, shout out to everybody that's watching us. Deanna Scroggins, of course, she's pulling for the Shock. All watching us from Maryland. Thank you so very much for tuning in.
The foul is on Wilberforce, number 10, Jada Hairston. That's her first, team's first of the first.
Hairston picks up the foul.
Is number 11.
Nyla Allen will be at the line shooting. And the first shot by Allen is good. 10-4 is our score. Shock jumped out to a 7-0 lead to start this game. 2 for 2 at the line goes Allen. 11-4 is our score. 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining here in the first period. They rotate to the basket. Up and in. Good player there by Price. Price, leading scorer last night, gets her first 2 tonight. Allen, between 2 Wilberforce players, and Allen puts it in. 13-6, Shock leading. Near still there. Cross-court pass. Thought about the 3. Now Sparkle in the lane draws the foul.
The foul is on Washington Adventists, number 1, Abby Linton. That's her.
Abby Linton has called for the foul.
is number 2, Sparkle.
And
Lady.
Diana says, go Abby. And also a shout out to Ronell Williamson, representing Bulldog Country. Sparkle puts it in. It's 13-7 as the Shock leading the Lady Bulldogs. Here's Rick's cross-court pass, back out. Nice ball rotation. Shot is no good there for Ricks. And a near steal.
Returning to the lineup for Washington.
So returning to the lineup now is Fowler. (13-7) for those of you just tuning in, with 3 minutes and 51 seconds to go here in the first quarter.
Number 24, Edward.
Coming in for Wilberforce, we have Edward coming in, number 24. Bounce pass inside, and we'll have a jump ball situation.
Possession, Wilberforce.
Corey People timing in. Corey People, the Washington, D.C. native. And of course, she is one of the best players in the conference, as the steal and the shot is good for Lay. And Sparkle off to a sparkling start here. 5 points. 13-9. Here comes the Shock. Three-pointer on the way. That's no good. Rebound. Linton. Along the baseline. Shot put up. No good. Allen runs it down. And this will be out of bounds. And it will belong to the Lady Bulldogs. 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go. 13-9 is our score. Shock leading the Lady Bulldogs. Both teams coming off a loss yesterday, trying to gather a victory, as it's crunch time as far as in the regular season goes, as the top 8 teams from the conference make it to the conference tournament, which will happen next month. As that shot is blocked, oh, they'll call a whistle. And Washington Adventist, as Kelly Luck picks up the foul. So Sparkle will be back at the line shooting 2. Six points so far for Sparkle. Second shot is good. Already 7 points for Sparkle, and it's a 2-point game. Shock leading 13-11. They go inside. Allen with the body and unable to hit from up close. (13-11). 2:15 to go here in the first quarter. As we have a whistle. So the foul is called on Bethany Fowler. That is her first. And the team's second. Or team's third, excuse me. Loose ball is picked up. Back the other way. Still loose ball. That's a travel.
Traveling.
So ball turnover, and Wilberforce will have possession. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate you. The Wilberforce crowd and the Washington Adventist crowd, as well as loose ball on the floor. We'll have a jump ball situation, and it will stay with Wilberforce. Minute 47 remaining here in the first period. 13-11 is our score. After the shot got off to a 7-0 lead, then the Wilberforce started battling back, and now Wilberforce down by 2 and with the ball. And that goes out to no one, and the rundown is saved. Here's the shot from inside the three-point line. Is no good. Wilberforce with another opportunity. Minute and a half remaining here in the first quarter. Shot just inside the three-point line is no good. And we'll have a whistle. Minute 17 remains.
The foul is on number 34, Bethany
Fowler picks up the foul.
her second.
That's her second foul, and the team's fourth.
Shooting 2.
So now at the line
Number 22, Price.
will be Price. Price, who had a good game last night in that loss to the Lady Tigers. Price misses the second. It's a 13-12 matchup right now. Shock on top by 1. All alone for 3 from the corner is good.
Good for 3 by Luck.
That is Luck. And Kelly Luck, she is a good three-point shooter in the lane. The shot is up and no good. Under a minute to go. 16-12 is our score. Shock on top. Here's Luck. Try to go inside. 11 seconds left on the shot clock. 30.2 seconds remains on the game clock left in the first quarter. Cross-court pass and is intercepted. Here come the Lady Bulldogs. Try to close this gap. As Sparkle draws the foul with 17.6 seconds to go in the first quarter. Soleil Carroll picks up the foul. That's her first and team's fifth.
Number 2, Sparkle Lay.
And Sparkle Lay checks back in the ball, back into the free throw line. And Sparkle has had a big first quarter here, leading the way. 8 points already. Make it 9. Down to a 2-point lead. Shot clock turned off. Down to 10 seconds. Tipped and a near steal. So it's 7.3 seconds to go. The Shock with a 2-point lead at 16-14. Let's see if they can make this shot in. Along the baseline, that's short. 2 seconds up, and with .6 seconds to go, a foul is called, and Shelby Ricks will be at the line.
Is on Washington Advantage number 2, Kelly Luck. That's her second, and at the line shooting 2.
So that shot is good for Shelby. Second shot coming up for Shelby with .6 seconds to go. That's no good. And that will do it for the first quarter. After the shot got off to a 7-0 run, Wilberforce comes back, and now Washington advances up by 3, 17-14. We'll take this break and we'll come right back. You're watching the CAC Pod on the VU Media Network. Back here getting ready to start the second quarter. I'm Clarence Jones. This is the Continental Athletic Conference Pod right here on the VU Media Network. Thank you so very much for tuning in. And also, please comment if you're watching us on YouTube and on Facebook Live. Please comment. Let us know where you're watching the game from. I know we got a lot of Ohio people in the house. And we got a lot of DMV area people in the house as well. Let us know where you're watching the game from. Meanwhile, Wilberforce coming back in this ball game, down by 3. Here's the shot in the lane. It's no good. Rebound put back is up and good. Edward puts it in. That's her first 2 points. And it's down to a 1-point lead. (17-16) is our score. Ronell Williamson is watching from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Thank you so very much. Cheering on Jada Hairston. That ball is stolen. Back up the court. High off the glass, drawing the foul is Sarah Shamden.
The foul is number 4, Margot Abrams.
Margot Abrams picks up the foul.
The second period. Back to Washington Adventist is number 11, Allen. And at the line shooting 2 is number 3, Shamden.
So Abrams picks up her first foul. That's the first team foul of the second quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. HBCU Higher watching us from Baltimore. Rooting for daughter Edwards. Okay. And of course the Shock Nation representing in the house. watching us from Lakeland, Florida. Mrs. Ricks, thank you so very much, cheering on her daughter, Shelby. 18-16 is our score. And speaking about Ricks, on with the rebound. Bounce pass inside. Nice ball movement here by the Shock, but good defense. But the three-pointer's up and no good. The reverse, oh. As we'll have a call. Luck picks up the foul. That is her second. And the Shock's team foul, number 1 of the second period. Velez checks back in for the Shock. Meanwhile, Edward checks in for Wilberforce. At the line shooting. (18-16) for those of you just joining us here on the live stream. Welcome on in. I'm Clarence Jones. I'll be your commentator for the evening. Second shot is good. Now Edward with 3 points, and it's 18-17. Shock up by 1. We played 2 minutes into the second period. Long three-pointer, and it's good. Sarah Shamdeen. That's her second three-pointer, and it's a 21-17 Shock lead. Too high, and it'll be a turnover. With 7 minutes and 32 seconds remaining here in the first half. Appreciate that, Matthew Luck. There's a three-pointer on the way. Back the other way. Here comes the Shock. Up 21-17, out of the corner for 3, no good. And it will stay with the Shock. .707 remaining here in the first half. And we'll have a whistle with 11 seconds left on the shot clock.
Number 22,
Price picks up the foul. That's her first. And team second. 6 minutes and 57 seconds to go. 21-17 is our score. Shock on top of the Lady Bulldogs. And a near steal, and it will stay with the Shock. Shout out to Emily as she's rooting for the Shock, checking in from Richmond, Virginia.
Now in the lineup for Wilberforce returning.
Sparkle checks back into the ball game for the Lady Bulldogs. That goes on top of the backboard, and it will be a turnover. And comes Wilberforce. Down 21-17 as we coming up on 6.5 minutes to play here in quarter number 2. Go inside. Oh, nice pass in the lane, and the basket's good there for Hairston. Hairston with the deuce, and it's a 2-point game. Foul on the floor. Six minutes, 10 seconds to go. They'll call the foul on Imani Benson.
Back in the game for Washington Adventist is number 23, Riggs.
Shelby Riggs checks back into the ball game for the Shock. The Shock, 2-point lead, 21-19. Ball loose on the floor, picked up from deep. Sam Dean! That is 3 threes for Sarah Shamdeen, and she has 9 points. Trying to answer back, no good. Rebound, put back is no good. Cross-court pass out of the corner for 3. That hits the side of the backboard. Back the other way. Here's Sparkle. Under 5.5 minutes to go here in the second quarter, as we'll have a foul. 24-19 is our score. Shamdeen is called for the foul. That is her first. Team second of the second quarter. So Margot Abrams will be at the line for Wilberforce. Margot, 5'6" sophomore out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Queen City. You know, for those of you watching in Ohio, I always get into these arguments of who is the real Queen City? Is it Cincinnati? Is it Charlotte? Who is the real Queen City? If you ask me, I think both cities deserves the title Queen City. Here's the shot, and it's blocked. Good block there by Hairston, leading to the break. Sparkle will slow it up. Thought about the 3. And now 10 seconds left on the shot clock. The 3-pointer is up and no good. 4.5 minutes to go. It's a 4-point game. Shock on top, 24-20. Both teams looking to rebound from a loss last night and yesterday afternoon.
The foul is on Wilberforce number 10, Jada Hairston. That's her second.
Hairston picks up the foul. That is her second.
Wilberforce is number 13.
Once again, thank you for everybody commenting, letting us know where you're watching the game from. Do appreciate everybody for tuning in. Let us know if you're pulling for the Lady Bulldogs or you're pulling for the Shock. Meanwhile, Allen is at the line. That shot is off. So we have a whistle. And it will be Lady Bulldogs basketball. (24-20) is our score. Wilberforce trying to cut in the lead, and they do.
4-2 by
Price, another deuce. Price now with 5 points. It is down to a 2-point lead for the Shock. Back out. No good. Here comes Wilberforce. Lady Bulldogs can tie it with a 2, take the lead with a 3. The shot from the baseline is no good. Under 3.5 to go. Out of the corner for 3 is good. There for Ricks.
4-3 by Ricks.
So Shelby Ricks, her first 3-pointer. And it's a timeout taken. 27-22. Lady Bulldogs with the timeout with 3 minutes and 16 seconds to go. We'll take this short break, and we will come right back for more basketball right here on the VU Media Network. All right, we're back with 3 minutes and 16 seconds to go. 27-22 is your score. Shock leading the Lady Bulldogs. I'm Clarence Jones. Thank you for tuning in. And also thank you for the comments as well, as we try to put on the best production as we possibly can. As the shot put up, and good there, Sparkle. All right, now it's 27-24. Wilberforce staying right there. Wilberforce down by 3. They go inside the Shock. Allen trying to look for Ricks, but it's saved here by Carroll. Here's Ricks. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Ricks has to pull it up. No. Abrams along the baseline, puts it up, no good. Ball is saved. Nice save there by Ricks. Back come the Shock. 2:15 to go here in the first half, and it's a steal. Numbers for the Lady Bulldogs. Oh, and stepping out of bounds. And it will be Shock ball.
For Wilberforce, number 24, Edward.
Edward checks back in for Wilberforce.
Number 1,
Meanwhile, Linton check backs in as we have a timeout. 27-24. While we have this timeout, we have a couple of announcements for those Tiger Nation. Voorhees University baseball season is right around the corner. Starting Friday, February the 2nd, University of Pikesville will come to the Tigers Den to take on the Tigers of Voorhees University. The baseball season starts on February 2nd. And also, special shout out to the 10th president of Voorhees University, Dr. Ronnie Hopkins, receiving the 2024 Diamond Award tonight in recognition of his outstanding leadership in education. And the award will be presented by the Not Alone Foundation. Also, I want to thank you, Sonar Shamdeen, watching from, is it Dumfries, Virginia? Wow, okay. I never heard of Dumfries, Virginia. I'm sorry, I must have mispronounced it. Dumfries, I'm sorry. Dumfries, I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
The basket is good for 3.
The basket is good for 3. Shamdeen hits the 3. Speaking of that, I apologize. I live in South Carolina, folks. Not familiar with all of the towns, the small towns and stuff outside of South Carolina, but I do apologize for that. 30-24 is our score. .118 remaining here. Wide open for 3 is no good. So we have a whistle. 30-24 is our score. Minute 4 to go. Shamdeen picks up the foul. That is her second. Team's third. Cologne Velez checks back in for the Shock. Shock up by 6 with a minute 4 to go. Lady Bulldogs trying to cut in on this lead before halftime. To the basket. Up. No good. Allen comes away with the board. Under a minute to go. Both teams looking for a win in this conference pod. Long 3. That is no good. Allen with the rebound. Allen between 2 Wilberforce players, no good. Ricks will try, and it'll go out of bounds.
Return to the lineup for Wilberforce number 22.
31.1 seconds to go. Matthew making fun. Look, it's the 3rd game, and this is about the 7th game of 10 games we have to cover here. It's 30-24. Shock on top. Under 10 seconds to go. Back it in down low. The shot is no good. That's the end of the first half. And Shock up 30-24 over Wilberforce. Pretty well played first half from both teams. But of course, it's the second half that's really gonna see who's gonna come out victorious. So we're at halftime, 30-24. We'll take this break. We'll give you the halftime stats and get you ready for the second half. You're watching the Continental Athletic Conference right here on the VU Media Network. Welcome back as we get ready to start the second half here. I'm Clarence Jones, and right now we had a pretty good game going on right now. Wilberforce down 30-24 to the shock of Washington Adventists. And when you look at the halftime stats, Sarah Sam Dean has done a marvelous job, especially behind the three-point arc, as she has hit three-pointers to key the lead right now for the Shock. Meanwhile, for Wilberforce, after being down, starting the game being down 7-0, they definitely battled back, but they have not took the Washington Adventists. There's a reason why they are 10-5. They are a very tough team, but Wilberforce, as they proved last night, and they're proving again here tonight, the Lady Bulldogs have something to say, and they are a very competitive team. But that competitiveness have to equal to some wins, and they need to get going. In order to do that, they need to force some turnovers on the defensive side. Meanwhile, for Washington Adventists, they need to go ahead and turn up on the offensive boards right now, as they cannot get Wilberforce any leeway to try to get them back into this ball game. And again, there's a reason why that the Shock are at the record where they're at. Meanwhile, right now, we'll see what happens in this game with Wilberforce. Wilberforce, a force to be reckoned with, but if they want to be a force to be reckoned with, they have to make the plays that needs to be made on both ends of the court, both offensively and defensively, if they really want to be taken serious in this conference. And once again, this is a very important game for both squads, as both of them coming off of losses last night and yesterday afternoon. So they do not want to go empty-handed here in Voorhees. So we'll see what happens. It will be an exciting game, and stay with us as we'll have the second half coming up between the Shock of Washington Adventists and the Lady Bulldogs of Wilberforce University, and we'll do that right after this. As we start the third quarter, 30-24 is our score. It's the third game of our quadruple header as we start off. Look like we have a situation with the score clock. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. All the Wilberforce fans and also the Washington Adventist fans as well. Out of the corner for three. This is Luck. Luck as she hits her second three of the ball game, and that extends the Shock lead to 33-24. Along the baseline as the ball goes out of bounds. Oh, and they have to correct that. Officials need to get together, and they'll keep it at Wilberforce end. Sanaa Shamden, thank you so very much for the compliments. Well, call up ABC and ESPN and tell them that there's an announcer down here that's looking for some work. Also, I appreciate that, Matthew Luck. Appreciate it. 9:17 remaining here in the third quarter, just underway. 33-24 is our score. Shock in the lead by 9. Bounce pass in the lane, ball loose. Here comes Wilberforce. On the other end, that looked like that shot was disrupted there by Ricks. Back the other end. Here comes the Shock. Soleil Carroll. That's her second field goal. 35-24 is our score. Shock up. And that pass is too high there for Hairston. Just a reminder, coming up after this game, we'll have the men's game, the fourth and final game of our quadruple header. Ricks out of the corner for 3. Rick's second three-pointer of the game. And the lead is up to 38-24. We played 2 minutes into the third quarter. Three-pointer on the way, that's no good. And right now, the Shock are limiting Wilberforce to just one shot per possession. Shamdeen for deep. No. Luck will try her luck. And Luck, that's her third three-pointer of the game. And Wilberforce is forced to use a timeout. 41-24 as they come out here on fire. 11-0 run here for the Shock to open up this second half with 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go. And right now, a good timeout here taken by John Hill for Wilberforce because he gets his team going, because this is a Shock team that if they get on the run and you have no answers for, it will be a long second half. All right, as both teams head back out on the court. Lady Bulldogs will have possession. Three-pointer put up, that's no good. Rick's on with the rebound. The Shock in the midst of an 11-0 run to start the second half. They started off the game on a 7-0 run. Here's Luck out of the corner. No good. Here come the Lady Bulldogs. Here's the shot, no good. Here comes the Shock. Ricks with the easy 2. And right now, the Shock is showing why they're one of the better teams here in the conference. Just inside the three-point line, that goes no good. Appreciate it, Paula, for the compliment. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I hope everybody are there enjoying the game. (43-24). It's a 13-0 run to start off this second half for the Shock. And the Lady Bulldogs, they got to get something going here, because this can quickly become a 30-point game in the blink of an eye. Shot just inside the three-point line, and a much-needed shot
by Price.
as Price breaks the run for the moment. 43-26 is our score. Shock on top. Shamdeen will try for three and hits. Shamdeen again, her fifth three-pointer of the evening, and it's a 20-point lead for the Shock.
The foul is on Washington Adventist number 3, Sarah Shamdeen.
Shamdeen is called for the foul. That's her third.
Of the third period.
It's a 20-point lead.
And at the
16-2 run.
is number 22, Price.
So Price at the line, shooting two. Second shot is no good. (46-26) in the midst of a 16-2 run by the Shock as the ball goes out of bounds. Lady Bulldogs need to get something going here. 2-3 zone defense by the Shock. As the shot put up no good. Coming up on 4.5. Nice play down low.
Good. 4-2 by Fowler.
Fowler puts it in. And it's now a 22-point lead for the Shock. 48-26. They had to stop play for a little bit because it was some water on the floor. Lady Bulldogs, right now, talk about weather the storm. This is a hurricane right now going on. The Shock starting off in a 16-2 run. Difference of opinions between referees, one pointing one way, one pointing the other way. And now Wilberforce will have possession.
Washington Adventist is number 1, Linton, number 3, Shamdeen, number 20.
Linton, Shamdeen, and Ricks checks back in for the Shock. 4:13 remaining here in the third quarter. Shot in the lane is no good.
Timeout.
As we have a timeout taken by the Shock. And right now with 4:01 to go, 48-26 as the Shock starts off this third quarter on a 16-2 run. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. You're watching the CAC Pod on the VU Media Network. Under 4 minutes to go. 48-26 is our score, and a steal by the Lady Bulldogs. Let's see if this will get them going as the shot is off. Coming back the other way, here come Ricks, and Ricks is blocked there by Hairston. Up the court it goes. And the deuce there for Sparkle Lee. So Sparkle, one of the bright spots here for Wilberforce in a 20-point deficit right now. Loose ball picked up, and we have a whistle. 3:13 remaining in the third quarter. Fowler picks up the foul. That's her third personal, and the team's second. 48-28 is our score. Shock on top. So Wilberforce will have possession. Again, appreciate everybody for tuning in this evening, and we welcome your comments. Those of you, Shock Nation and also Bulldog Nation as well. Make sure you stay with us. We have the men's game coming up, and that should be a very interesting matchup. To the basket, the shot put up is no good. Ricks comes away with the rebound. Out of the corner for three, it is no good. The ball will go out of bounds, and it will belong to Wilberforce.
Back in against the number 24, Edward.
Edward checks back in for the Lady Bulldogs. 2:38 remaining here in the third quarter. It's a 20-point game. Thanks in large part the beginning of the second half, Wilberforce went on a 16-2 run. And right now, it's really 18-4 in this quarter for the Shock. Up and under move, good play there by Edward. Edward now with 5 points. 18-point lead for the Shock, 48-30. Bounce pass and kickball. So clock stops with 2:04 remaining here in the third quarter. Ball rotation around the perimeter. Under 10 seconds to go. Ball knocked out of bounds off the hands of Abrams. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. 1:51 left on the game clock in the third quarter. Luck, and they'll say that she stepped out of bounds before taking a shot. Or while taking a shot, excuse me. 1:49 remaining, 48-30 is our score. Shock on top. Lady Bulldogs trying to chip away. Yeah, the dip show coming up, the men's game. That'll wrap up our quadruple header here on the live stream. Out of the corner, no good. Tie up. And Wilberforce will have the ball as there's a foul called on Kelly Luck. And Luck picks up her third.
Is number 11, Nayela Allen.
(48-30) still our score. Minute 10 remaining here in the third quarter. one. Sparkle, as she hits the shot, Abby Linton picks up the foul. It's team's fourth.
Is number 2, Sparkle Lake.
So Sparkle will be at the line trying to complete the three-point play to try to bring her team closer. Able to complete the three-point play with 55 seconds to go. It's 48-33. Shock still in command, but we still have a whole quarter left. And a steal. Coming back the other way. Shock gets back on defense, and a blown layup. It's picked back up. The shot too hard off the glass. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will belong with the Shock. So with 33.5 seconds remaining, the Shock with a 48-33 advantage. Looking for the win, their first win in the conference pod here. As Allen is fouled.
The foul is on Golden Force, number 13, Imani Benson.
Benson picks up her second personal.
First of the third period. And at the line shooting 2 is number 11, Nayela Allen.
Nayel Allen, the 6'2" forward senior out of Columbia, Maryland, will shoot the 2. Allen's second shot is good. So with 19.5 seconds to go, Shock on top. It should be 49-33. I did not see the score should be 49-33, not 48-33. Hopefully they'll change that. And finally, they do change it.
The foul is on Washington Memphis, number 11, Nayela
Allen,
Allen.
who just shot the free throw, picks up her first personal foul. So with 9.6 seconds to go, Lady Bulldogs down 49-33. But shooting 2 at the line, Abrams. One out of 2 from the line, but another opportunity. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, falling down, and there goes the whistle. Let's hope that Price is all right. Linton picks up the foul. That's her third. So back to the free throw line. And Price this time will be at the line with 0.7 seconds to go. And after a big run to start off the second half, Lady Bulldogs slowly climbing back into this game. And now Price, if she hits these 2, it could bring the lead down to 13. At one point in time, it was 20-point lead. Price with 8 points so far. Price's second shot is short. And that will do it for the third quarter. Our score, 49-35, down by 14 Wilberforce as we head into the fourth and final quarter. And we'll do it right after this. We'll have the fourth quarter. You're watching the CAC Pod on the VU Media Network. Back to get ready to start the fourth quarter. 49-35 is our score. Shock up on the Lady Bulldogs. I'm Clarence Jones. Thank you for joining us here during our live stream. This is the third game of 4. Coming up, we'll have the men's portion of this night doubleheader as that shot is off. Lady Bulldogs at one point in time down by 20. Fought their way back, still down by 14. But Lady Bulldogs still fighting right to the end. Meanwhile, for the Shock, a big start to the second half. 16-2 run to start the third quarter. As that shot is off, rebound by Fowler. Here's Luck. They left Shamdeen open, and she makes them pay.
4-3 by Shamdeen.
One. That is 6 threes. Anytime but anybody shoot 6 threes, I call it the Jordan 6. As the 2-point basket on the other end by Price. They go inside. Back outside for 3, and back-to-back threes by the Shock. This time is Soleil Carroll. Timeout called by the Lady Bulldogs. And right now, the Shock showing why they are one of the better teams in the conference. They started off the third quarter on a 16-2 run, and now they start the fourth quarter on a 6-0 run. And it's 55-34 as Wilberforce going for the timeout. So while we have this moment, some announcements here for our Voorhees viewing audience. The first annual Voorhees University Athletic Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on June the 8th. For more information, visit Voorhees.edu, or you can email Charlene Johnson at cjohnson@Voorhees.edu. Also, Voorhees fans, save this date. On April the 6th, it will be the President Scholarship Gala, Imagine the Possibilities. For more information, check our website at Voorhees.edu or contact communications@Voorhees.edu. 55-37 is our score. The Shock right now up over the Lady Bulldogs. And we have a reach-in foul called against Carroll. So Soleil Carroll picks up her second personal.
Team's first of the fourth period.
So Lady Bulldogs will have it. Here's Abrams. Double team and a near steal by Luck. And it's a traveling violation called against Abrams. So right now, if you're looking at MVPs, first off for the Shock, Sarah Shamdeen. 6 3-pointers on the evening so far, and she's not done yet. Fowler battles her way inside, no good. Fowler gets the loose ball, picks it, puts it back in. It's back up to a 20-point lead for the Shock, 57-37. As we play 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. Bounce pass inside. The shot, that is partially blocked. Up the court it goes. Here comes Shamdeen. She draws the foul. So clock will stop with 7 minutes and 49 seconds to go
And team's first of the fourth period. And at the line
as Lee picks up the
is number
foul.
3, Shamden.
So after this game, both teams will head out of Denmark as they will complete the pod. Meanwhile, we have another game coming up as that shot is up and no good. As the ball goes out of bounds. Make sure you stay with us as we'll have the men's game coming up.
Force is number 13, Benson.
Benson checks back into the ball game for the Lady Bulldogs. Luck out of the corner for three, and it's good.
4-3.
Luck, that is her fourth three. And it's 61-37. In the lane, the shot is short, and Ricks gets hit in the face.
Foul is on Wilberforce, number 13.
Imani Benson picks up the foul. That is her third personal foul. And the team's second of the fourth quarter. 7:03 to go here in the ball game. Shock in total control, up 61-37.
Timeout.
And we have a timeout on the floor as the Shock will have a timeout. We'll take a quick timeout and we'll come right back for more CAC Pod Basketball on the VU Media Network. (61-37). I'm Clarence Jones. Washington Adventists dominating here from the start. 61-37 is our score as the shot in the lane is no good. Want to correct myself. Washington Adventists will still be here tomorrow as they'll take on the Lady Tigers, as that game will start at 1 o'clock Eastern, as that the easy two there by Carroll. 63-37. So if this score holds up, the Shock will be 1-1 in the pod going into a big game tomorrow against the Lady Tigers. The Lady Tigers are also 1-1 in the conference pod, as that basket is good, and the foul as Edward puts it in. Fowler picks up the foul, and that is her fourth.
Returning to the lineup for Washington Adventists is number 21, Carroll.
So with 6:07 remaining, 63-39 is our score. Shock on top. Now tomorrow's game, for those who are asking, tomorrow's game, the women will start it off at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, Then the men will take the court at 3 o'clock. So 2 big games to wrap up day 3 of the conference pod. So hopefully you can join us.
And 22, Cole Galez for Washington Adventures.
Big shout out to Dylan McGlure commenting in the comment section. Big game this afternoon as the 3-pointer is good. And Sparkle. So once again, for those who want to tune in tomorrow, the Shock and Lady Tigers will face off at 1 o'clock, then followed by the men's game at 3 o'clock. They head inside, turnaround shot is good. Carroll.
Carroll.
Five minutes remaining here in the ball game. Meanwhile, for Wilberforce, they will head out of town as they wrap up this conference pod.
Returning to the line of Washington Adventures is number 1, Linton.
Linton checks back in for the Shock. And we have a reach-in foul.
The foul is on Wilberforce, number 2, Lady. That's her 3rd, team's 3rd.
65-42 is our score. Shock in the lead with under 5 minutes to go. And falling to the ground pretty hard there, Shelby Ricks, but she's able to get up. And Ricks got to collect herself a little bit.
Number 13, Imani Benson.
Benson picks up the foul. That's her 4th.
And that line shooting 2 is Ricks.
So Shelby Ricks will be at the line. Ten points for Ricks as she is in the double figures here this evening. It's now a 67-42 advantage as that basket's good. And Sparkle, as she has done a heck of a job here this evening for her Lady Bulldogs. Lady Bulldogs still fighting, even though they are down 67-44. You gotta appreciate the hustle for the Lady Bulldogs, even though the Shock are the better team here this evening. Ricks, count it, and 1.
4-2 by Ricks.
So Ricks with the and 1.
Is on Wilberforce, number 10, Harrison.
Harrison picks up the foul. That's her 3rd. And team's 5th.
Ricks.
And Ricks will be at the line shooting. 70-44 is our score.
21 Carroll.
26-point lead for the Shock. And they have come back in a big way after that loss to Haskell yesterday afternoon. They have come back in a major way. Turnaround shot is good for Benson. Under 4 minutes remaining here in the ball game. 70-46. As the Shock, they are 3.5 minutes away getting the victory here in the conference pod as look. That's Luck's 5th three-pointer. One more and she'll be tied with her teammate Shamdeen for most three-pointers in a game here in this conference pod. Luck comes away with the steal. Coming up on 3 minutes to play. Out of the corner for three, Shamdeen, no good. Allen comes away with the rebound. Up and no good, but she's fouled. Once again, stay with us, folks, as we will have the second game of our night doubleheader, the fourth game of our quadruple header, as the men of Washington Adventists takes on the Bulldogs of Wilberforce. Meanwhile, Allen hits the first. And a 2 for 2 at the line goes Allen. 74-46. 2:52 remaining here in the ball game. Big games by Sarah Shamdeen, and got to give it up to Kelly Luck as well. And Luck comes away again with another steal. So she's doing it on both ends. Shamdeen trying to go for 7. How about that? 7 three-pointers by Shamdeen. 78-46. Turnaround shot is good. There for Hairston. It's a 30-point game. Luck goes inside. Turnaround shot is good. Soleil Carroll gets into the act.
The foul is on Wilberforce.
And this shock squad showing why their record is what it is. (81-48). Shock on top. Coming up on a minute and a half to play here in the fourth quarter. Lady Bulldogs still battling. Did not see the ball there. It was Linton. The other way, his shot's no good. 81-48. I know Shock Nation, they got to be proud of their women's squad. Luck tries for 3 again. So who's going to shoot more threes? Right now, Shamdeen has 7 threes. Luck, she has 6 threes. With 38 seconds to go, right now, just playing out the clock. Once again, make sure you stay with us as we will have the fourth and final game coming up. Go into the comment section. Michelle Clark. Oh, so Carol gets it from her mama. Okay. Mama can ball too, huh? I gotcha. Under 30 seconds to go. The only thing that's remaining is what the final score will be. Shamdeen can just hold it up. So no shot, and 84 to 48, and that will do it as the Shock wins it going away, 84 to 48 over Wilberforce, and the Shock are now 1-1 in conference pod with a big game coming up tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock against the Lady Tigers. Lady Tigers, again, with the loss earlier today. Both teams now 1-1 in the conference pod with a big game tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Coming up next, we have the men's portion, but right now I want to give out the MVP for the game, and the MVP goes to, it was a close race, but Sarah Shamdeen with her record-breaking 7 3-pointers here in this conference pod, and that is the most 3-pointers that any team has put up, even any individual has made in this conference pod, whether it's men or women. So congratulations to Sarah Shamdeen, as she will be presented with a trophy across the way. 84 to 48 is our final score. The men get ready to play, and I will be back and we'll set up the men's game, and we'll do that after this. You're watching the Continental Athletic Conference Pod on the VU Media Network. Hello, everybody. I'm Clarence Jones, and we're back here. This is the fourth and final game of day 2 of the Continental Athletic Conference pod. And this one, we have an interesting game coming up as the shock of Washington Adventists take on the Wilberforce Bulldogs. Both teams coming off losses last night, so right now this is a big game for both squads because you don't want to go down 0-2 in the conference pod. And then looking at the overall big picture here, you don't really want to start losing games this late in the season because remember, the top 8 teams from the conference makes it to the conference tournament, which will take place late next month. You have 2 teams here that can get up and down the court pretty frequently. But the question is for both of these squads, defensively speaking, because in those losses yesterday, first off for Wilberforce in that double overtime thrilling loss to the Tigers of Voorhees University. They gave up some big buckets, especially in the second half and into the last 2 overtimes of that matchup. So we'll see what adjustments they'll make as far as defensively speaking. And also for the Shock comes in. And defensively speaking, they also gave up some big buckets and some runs, which ultimately led to their demise in their defeat yesterday to Haskell. So right now you have 2 teams, 0-1 in the conference pod, but there are 2 enthusiastic teams who wants to get a victory here. Of course, the Shock, they'll have another game against the Tigers, but for Wilberforce, this is it for them as far as the conference pod to try to make a lasting effect in the standings. So we should have a good matchup between 2 teams that can put the ball in the basket when they can. And we'll see what happens here. And make sure that you join us once again and comment in our comment section. Make sure that you let us know where you're watching the game from and who are you rooting for. All right, so stay right there. We'll have the starting lineups and the first half of our game between the Bulldogs and the Shock coming up right here on the VU Media Network. Stay with us. All right, as we get ready for the first half of this game, big game between the Shock and the Bulldogs. Once again, thank you so very much for tuning in all day long. For those of you who's tuned in since this afternoon, we've made it to the final game of day 2 of our CAC pod coverage here on the VU Media Network. The Shock will be the home team in this matchup. Bulldogs will be the road team. Again, make sure that you comment Shock Nation and Bulldog Nation. Thank you so much for tuning in. Earlier this evening, it was a Shock defeating Wilberforce, as that basket is good, as Pettis starts us off. So Pettis, who had a decent game last night in a losing effort to Voorhees. Trying to look for somebody. Turnaround shot is no good. Up close, no good there for Hawkins. Wow, the Shock having 2, 3, 4 chances. As we have a foul. Jordan Hunter picks up the foul. So that's the first foul of the ball game. Meanwhile, at the line, Shaheem Gilkerson will be at the line, shooting 2. Makes the first basket. Yesterday, in that game, Gilkerson, in the loss to Haskell, scored only 4 points, and he gets things started shooting both of his free throws. But before then, we'll have a stop of action. So right now, the officials are getting together to talk about something. Guess everything is all right. All right, so 2 apiece here. Both teams trying to come back from losses last night. And a steal. But it's looking right back. Good effort there by Hopkins. Under 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Along the baseline. They give it up with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Three-pointer is good. There for Mitchell. Cardenas. Pardon me. As Cardenas for the 3. It's 5-2. Trying to go for the steal, and a last touch by the Shock. 5-2 is our score. As we underway here, 4th and final game. Ball goes out of bounds, and this time the Shock will have possession. So make sure you let us know where you're watching the game from. And if you're from Shock Nation or Bulldog Nation, shout your allegiance out on YouTube or also on Facebook. That shot is no good. The rebound, put back is good. There for Hawkins. That is his first 2 points. And it's 5-4. Bulldogs on top. Here's Cardenas. In the lane is good. So now 2 for 2 for Kyle Cardenas. 7-4 is our score. Bulldogs on top. Ball deflected and picked off by the Bulldogs. Pettis gives it up. Himes now. Cal will set up the offense. Here's Pettis. Himes. Bounce pass. Here's Hunter. Hunter to the basket. Jordan Hunter. His first 2 points. 9-4, the early lead here for the Bulldogs. Hawkins passes out. And the corner. Bundu backs in down low, takes the shot, no good. Back come the Bulldogs. Here comes Hunter. (9-4) is our score. That is blocked, but right back to Wilberforce. Three-pointer on the way is good, and Kyle Cardenas. That's his second three-pointer. 8 points for Kyle. And it's 12-4 early lead here for the Bulldogs. Here's Gilkerson. Kicks it out. Oh, stepping on the out-of-bounds line was Hopkins.
Now entering the game for the shot is number 1, Tunde Scrivener.
Turde Scrivener comes in for the first time for the shot. 12-4 is our score with 15 minutes and 18 seconds to go here in the first half. Welcome on into the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Clarence Jones as the shot is no good in the lane. Yeah, for Marshall. Good pass, and Bundu with the shot. As we have a traveling violation. 12-6 is our score, 14 minutes and 47 seconds to go. I'm just kind of looking at the trophies here for the conference pod. Coach Glover is here. Just a quick, is that the overall MVP? Yeah, pick up your mic. Is that the overall MVP?
The player of the game from both teams, losing and winning teams.
Okay, for this game right here?
Yeah, for this
Gotcha.
game, yeah.
All right. Looks
and then
nice.
we have 4 more tomorrow, 2 women, 2 men.
Gotcha. All right. We're at our first timeout. We'll take a quick 30 seconds break. 12-6 is our score. You're watching the CAC pod on the VU Media Network. $14 minutes, 47 seconds to go here in the first half. 12-6 is our score. Bulldogs jump out to an early lead here over the shot. Into the ball game, big man Anderson. Isaiah Anderson. He was one of the big players last night in that game against Haskell. Here's the shot, no good. And Isaiah Anderson, the 6'8" behemoth, Gets the ball down low.
Ref, first time.
And there goes the foul. Oh, they'll give the foul to Anderson. That's his first. And team's first of the first half. 12-8 is our score. Under 14 minutes to play as we'll have a whistle.
The foul is on Washington Adventist number 2, Michael Brown.
Brown picks up the foul.
Second.
So Brown with his first and team second. Bounce pass. Ball loose. It's picked up by the shot. Here's Bundu. That's short. The Shock will have possession.
The lineup for Wilberforce
Cardenas comes back in for the Bulldogs, as he was hot early on with 8 points so far. Long three-pointer. And that's an offensive foul called against Kyle Cardenas. That's his first.
Team second.
And it's the team second. Now lead to the 30-second timeout called by Wilberforce. So a few Voorhees announcements for our Voorhees viewers that's watching. We have the Women's Health Workshop coming up February the 9th. We have a morning and an afternoon session. For more information, check our website at voorhees.edu or contact or email swilliams@voorhees.edu. Also, the first annual Voorhees University Athletic Hall of Fame induction ceremony will take place on June the 8th. For more information, visit voorhees.edu or contact the athletic director, Charlene Johnson, at cjohnson@voorhees.edu. 12-8 is our score. Good game here going so far early on. Bulldogs got off to a hot start, and now the Shock trying to answer as Anderson unable to get. Anderson, oh, he gives them the too small sign as he goes back down the court. 12-10 is the score, and that's way off. Boy, I like Isaiah Anderson's demeanor out there. Three-pointer from the corner, and no good. Here's Anderson. He'll line up for three, and hits! And they'll lead to a whistle. Anderson. And he's saying it's too easy.
Now into the game for Wilberforce is number 5, Carney, and number 21 returning.
Wilberforce, this time Justin Kearney checks in for the first time. 13-12 is our score as Washington Adventist is on top. Anderson is calling for it. All right, the three-point shot is up, no good. That's a traveling violation. And Wilberforce will turn the ball over with 11 minutes and 47 seconds to go. 13-12 is our score. This should be a very interesting game between two teams trying to get on the winning track in conference, as we'll have a whistle. As we check into the comment section, the Dip Show says, yeah, they like Anderson games too. Yeah, I like his game. He's going for another 3 and hits another 3. Oh, Anderson is starting to go off here. Already 10 points, and you can hear him yell out, too easy. 16-12. And here comes a turnover. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will belong to the Shark. Now, Vanessa Vills, I'll check that for you. She's asking why the game with the Bulldogs yesterday was deleted, but I don't think it's deleted. I think it's still up there. We'll check that for you. 16-12 is our score, as the Shock leading. They're the home team here in this game. Near steal, but it's picked back up. Almost losing the ball. Goes in down low. Pass as too strong as Anderson comes away with it. And that shot is good for Tunde. As Scrivener gets his first points. (18-12), Shock on top. Anderson. Here's the shot. Oh, tough shot.
4-2 by
Cardenas. And right now, Kyle with 10 points right now. Inside to Anderson. Anderson, 12 points out of the 20 points that the Shock has scored. And a steal. Back come the Shock. A shot put in and good. Tunde back-to-back field goals, and it's 22-14. As the Shock on top here. 9-10 remaining. Just inside the free throw line, and we have a whistle. That will be on the Shock.
The foul is on Washington Adventist number 1, Tunde Scrivener.
Tunde Scrivener picks up the foul. That's his first personal, and team's third. 9:09 remaining in the first half.
Is number 2.
So at the line shooting will be Jameer Himes, the 5'10" guard, sophomore, out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Substitutions in for Wilberforce as Jordan Hunter checks back into the ball game. Meanwhile, Mohamed Bundu checks back in for the Shock. Anderson will head out. Anderson had a strong first rotation here, scoring 12 points just like that. It's 22-14 is our score. Shock over the Bulldogs. Under 9 minutes remaining here in the first half. As we have a whistle, and it will belong to Wilberforce. Excuse me, to the Shock. Eight minutes and 50 seconds to go. 22-14, Washington Adventist over the Wilberforce from Ohio. Here's Bundu. Three-pointer on the way. That's good. Tunde Scrivener now with 3 field goals. 7 points on the game, and it's 25-14. Shock on top. Open 3 for Hunter. No good. As we have a whistle. And over the back.
The foul is on global force number 21, Jermaine Marshall.
Marshall picks up the foul.
Now to the line returning for Washington Adventures is number 33, Xavier Hawkins.
25-14 is our score. Shock over the Bulldogs. They'll go inside. Here's Hawkins. Hawkins with the height advantage, unable to hit. Up the court it goes. And a quick basket there by Kearney. And Hawkins from up close. So Hawkins now with 4 points, and it's a 27-16 lead for the Shock. Here's Hunter. Hunter, almost a steal. A shot put up and good there for Himes. So Himes with his first 2 points. (27-18) is our score. Shock on top by 9. Under 7 minutes to go here in the first half. Hawkins calling for the ball, but instead a cross-court pass. Oh, nice pass. And they do not get it off in time. It's a shot clock violation.
Returning to the lineup for global force is number 4, Steele.
Preston Steele into the ball game. 27-18 with 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go here in the first half. Lining up for 3. That's short and out of bounds. (27-18) is our score. Shock on top. And a foul is called.
The foul is on global force number 4, Preston Steele.
Steele will pick up the foul. That's his first. And team's 5th.
Is number 5, Emmanuel Wilton.
Emmanuel will be at the line to shoot. First shot is good. .628 to go. 10-point lead for the Shock. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in as Emmanuel hits the second. And Anderson checks back in for the Shock. Isaiah Anderson, last time he was in the ball game, he scored 12 quick points. And we'll have a carrying issue, so a carry called, and Washington Adventists will have the ball. Here's Bundu, gives it up to Anderson. Back out. They'll set the offense. They'll go inside. Anderson. Anderson now with 14 points. Back the other way, the shot put up and in there for Himes. 31-20, Shock on top. Oh, and battling his way in, Armon Williams. So Williams, his first 2 points. That looked like that was partially blocked there. Under 5.5 to go. It's a quick first half as the shot put up and good. Fast-paced moving first half with already 5:21. It seemed like we just tipped it off. I wonder if they play in the running clock.
Is number 1, Tunde Scribner.
So Scribner back at the line, already with 7 points.
Returning to the lineup for Wilberforce is number 20, Bryant, and number 13,
Bryant will check in for Wilberforce. Michael Brown checks in for the Shock.
Also returning to the lineup for Washington Adventist is number 55, Gilkerson.
Gilkerson checks back in for the Shock. Shock with a 14-point advantage, 34-20 right now, as we come up on the 5-minute mark. Bounce pass, missing down the lane. Here comes Gilkerson. That shot is off. Out of the corner for 3. That's no good, but the rebound and putback is there. Bryant, his first 2 points. As the ball goes out of bounds. (34-22) with 4 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Hawkins gives it up. Anderson!
The basket is good. 14 by Anderson.
Anderson, Mr. Instant Offense here off the bench. 3-pointer on the way, that's no good. Cardenas will try his hand at a 3 and hits. That is his game for Kyle Cardenas. Hawkins! So now both teams trading baskets here as we're at the 4-minute mark remaining in the first half. 38-25 is our score. Open 3 is no good. Bondu comes away with it. Up the court it goes. Anderson calling for it. Can't hit, but the second effort is there. And I'm sorry, Wilberforce do not have an answer for the big man, Isaiah Anderson, coming off the bench, 6'8", and they are having their troubles with the big man. We'll take a quick timeout. 40-25 is our score. You're watching the CIC Pod on the VU Media Network. Three minutes and 44 seconds to go, and while we were away, head coach for Wilberforce, Mark Mitchell, lit up on his team, and he was making sure that his team get into the game right now because Isaiah Anderson, 16 points off the bench. And as the Dip Show says, yes, it's big man show today, indeed. Out of the corner for 3. That's good. So I guess a little pep talk by Coach Mitchell will try to get the Bulldogs back into this. (40-28) is our score. Three-pointer on the way is no good. Oh, and that is a pass intercepted there by Gilkerson. As we'll have a whistle. With 3:01 remaining in the first half.
The foul is on Wilberforce, number 1, Jordan correction, Kyle Cardenas.
Cal Cardenas picks up the foul. That's his second.
Shooting 2 is number 55,
Shaheem Gilkerson will be at the line shooting. Anderson will check out. And Hawkins will check out for the shot. Missing both free throws, but the rebound is there. Emmanuel comes away with the board. Tunde thought about it, now right down the lane and puts it up and in for Tunde Scrivener. 42-28. It's a 14-point lead for the Shock. Two and a half to go. No good. Here come the Shock with a 14-point advantage, looking for more. Three-pointer out of the corner, that's no good. Ball goes out of bounds and into the stands. Goes Michael Brown. I'm glad there was no people around there. That was one of those NBA fall into the crowd type leaps. 2 minutes and 19 seconds to go here in the first half. It's 42-28 is our score. The shot down, and we have a quick foul. Emmanuel picks up the foul. That's his first. And the team's fourth. 2 minutes and 14 seconds to go. We're still at a 42-28 score. Shock on top. Himes checks back in for Wilberforce. Here's Himes. Himes kicks it out. Pettis. Tough shot there for Pettis. Here comes Emmanuel. Oh, showing the moves. So now it's 44-28. Shock on top. Here's Pettis. Ball knocked out of his hands, out of bounds. Wilberforce will maintain possession. Backing in. And they'll call the foul.
The foul is on Washington Adventist, number 14,
Muhammad Bundu picks up the foul. That's his first, team's fifth. Cal Cardenas, who's been the high scorer here for Wilberforce in this first half, will take to the line. 13 points already for Cardenas. In and out on the first one. Fans, make sure you tune in tomorrow for day 3, the final day of the conference pod, as we'll have 2 more games coming up featuring Voorhees and Washington Adventists. That's coming up tomorrow. The women's game will start at 1 o'clock Eastern, then the men's game will start at 3 o'clock Eastern. 44-29, Shock in the lead. 3-pointer on the way, that's good. Josiah Baines. And a lot of shots falling down here for the Shock in this first half. As Pettis answers back. 7 points for Pettis, 47-31 is our score. Shock in the lead. 43 seconds to go, 3-pointer on the way is no good. Let's see if Wilberforce can make a late push here to cut the lead down. The Shock has shot well from the field as a team. The ball goes out of bounds, last touch by the Shock.
Timeout.
As we have a timeout on the court, Shock will call for the timeout. It's a 30-second timeout. And this, just a reminder, programming note, once again tomorrow, Washington Adventists will take on Voorhees in a doubleheader to wrap up the 3-day pod. Coming up at 1 o'clock Eastern will be the women's game, and then the men's game will be the final game of the conference pod, and that'll take place at 3 o'clock. So please join us if you can. With 26.2 seconds to go, the Shock, who lost yesterday to Haskell, and now today, thanks in large part to the big man, Isaiah Anderson, his 16 points. He has 16 points, leading the way for the Shock. Nice pass, as the basket's good there for Pettis. So Pettis now with 9 points. Shot clock is turned off, 15 seconds to go. Oh, and unable to handle the ball was Baines. So Wilberforce can hold for the final shot, down 47-33. Brown quickly to the hoop. Cross-court pass, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The shot is no good. So halftime, it is 47-33. The Shock on top of Wilberforce, thanks in large part to 16 points off the bench by Isaiah Anderson. All right, we're going to take this break, and we'll have the halftime stats for you, and plus get you ready for the second half. 47-33 is our halftime score. You're watching the CAC Pod on the VU Media Network. Welcome back here to the Leonard E. Dawson Center inside the Jerry Screen Arena. I'm Clarence Jones. Right now, the Shock with a nice lead here over Wilberforce, but thanks in large part of Isaiah Anderson coming off the bench and scoring 16 points. Matter of fact, 2.5 minutes. This man is a monster, and Wilberforce right now has to find some answers for him because anytime he gets into the ball game, he has the advantage. We'll see what happens here in the second half. Meanwhile, for Wilberforce, Pettis, who had a pretty good game yesterday, he needs to step up, but Cal Cardenas is having a big first half as he hit 3 3-pointers, but we'll need a lot more scoring for Cal if you're a Wilberforce fan. Meanwhile, for Washington Adventists, they need this win right here because they started off the pod 0-1, and they haven't played too many conference games, so they need this victory going into tomorrow's big matchup against the Voorhees Tigers. This should be an interesting second half between two teams who's trying to position themselves to be in the top 8 at the final standings in the CAC conference. We'll have the second half coming up for you right here on the VU Media Network, so stay with us and continue to comment on Facebook and also on YouTube. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. We'll see you in just a second. All right, as we start the second half, the Shock will have the basketball. Down low, and just like that, basket is good. As Hopkins gets into the scoring bin, here's his first 2 points. And it's 49-33. During halftime, the coach for Wilberforce, Mark Mitchell, ended up keeping his team out on the court and had a halftime session right there on the court. As Hopkins back-to-back field goals. Anderson blocking the shot, and back the other way, Hopkins. Anderson with the follow. And that'll lead to the Wilberforce timeout quickly.
Timeout, Wilberforce.
It's a 20-point lead just like that to start the second half. 53-33 is our score as the Shock right now looking for a conference victory here in the pod before tomorrow's big matchup against the Tigers. Once again, thank you everybody for commenting and letting us know where you're watching the game from, and if you represent Bulldog Country or Shock Country, thank you so very much for tuning in. This is the fourth and final game of our 4-game marathon live streaming.
To the lineup for Wilberforce is number 4, Steele.
As we come out of the timeout, Preston Steele checks back in for Wilberforce. The 20-point lead at 53-33 as the Shock look for the sweep here against Wilberforce. Out of the corner for 3 is no good. Steele with the rebound. Put back It's good.
Good for 2 by Steele.
Preston Steele, first 2 points, is cut down to an 18-point shot lead. Here's Tunde. Into the lane, and we'll have a foul, but no and one. (18 minutes, 19 seconds to go).
The foul is on Wilbur course number 13.
The foul is called on Rasad Pettis. That's his first.
And at the line, shooting 2 is number 1, Tyree Scrivener.
Scrivener will be at the line shooting. He's 1 point away from going into double figures, and he achieved it on that first shot. Second shot is no good. 54-35 is our score. Open three-pointer is Kyle Cardenas. He's been one of the bright spots for Wilberforce. That is his 4th three-pointer of the game, and it's 54-38. Shock still on top as we have a foul called against Steele.
The foul is on Wilberforce number 4, Preston Steele.
So Preston Steele
That's his 3rd.
picks up his 3rd personal foul with 17:54 remaining. Out of the corner for 3 for Emmanuel.
For 2 by Hilton.
And now they'll call it a 2-pointer. In the lane, the shot is no good. Ball knocked around. And stepping out of bounds was Marshall. With 17:28 remaining here in the second half. 56-38 is our score. Shock on top by 18. Here's Anderson, cross-court pass. Left open for 3, it's no good. Ball knocked out of bounds, and last touch by Derek Hopkins of the Shock. (56-38) is our score. Shock on top. Here's Brown as he's short. Steele puts it up. And Steele will go to the line. With 17 minutes and 2 seconds to go. Anderson picks up the foul. That's his 2nd personal. And team foul number 2 of the second half. Meanwhile, still at the line, and he's short on the first shot. Still 1 out of 2. 56-39. Shock on top. And stepping out of bounds. And that will be a turnover. As we played just over 3 minutes here in this second half. Final game of the 4-game schedule on this Saturday, day 2 of the conference pod. Tomorrow, 2 more games for the last game, as the basket's good for Brown. Excuse me, Himes. Anderson picks up the foul. That's his 3rd foul. So Himes will be at the line to shoot the and one. Himes with now 7 points, and it's a 56-42 lead for the Shock. 14-point lead. Wilberforce trying to chip their way back here in this ball game. Three-pointer, no good. Ball knocked around. And here comes Himes. Himes! Nice play to the basket. And that will lead to the Washington Adventist timeout, as Wilberforce feeling good about themselves with 16 minutes and 25 seconds to go. 56-44 is our score. Shock on top, but Wilberforce trying to make their way back. Well, those of you Voorhees fans, join us on April the 4th as we have two big events going on April the 4th. First off, join us for the 127th Founders Day Convocation. The keynote speaker will be Judge Penny Brown Reynolds. Then on that same day, Voorhees University will unveil the statue of founder Elizabeth Evelyn Wright adjacent to the St. Philip's Chapel. So both big events coming up on April the 4th. Shock with the lead, but Wilberforce trying to come back. And during the timeout, as Anderson loses control of the ball, gains it back, and ball goes out of bounds. While we were away, they took a point away from Wilberforce, so it's actually 56-43. So now the Shock with the basketball. Emmanuel pulls up and good. 58-43. Shock on top. Here's Himes. It was trying to look for Pettis. That was a little tight window there. Back the other way. The shot is up, no good. And coming away with it, Wilberforce. Spin move for a steal. So now it's 58-45. Wilberforce climbing back into this game. Under 15 and a half minutes to go. Three-pointer on the way is no good. Bondu unable to control it. Here comes Wilberforce. Here comes Pettis. Pettis all the way to the basket. Wilberforce playing with a lot of emotion here in this second half. 15 minutes to go. It's 58-47, 11-point lead. One point of time, it was a 20-point lead. And a three-pointer there for Hopkins. So that puts an end to the run. Here's Himes. Himes answers back. So Himes picking up the point slack here in the second half. Is 61-49. Shock on top. Anderson looking for the cutter. As Tunde Scrivener as a foul. They'll call it on Cardenas. That is his third. 61-49 is our score with 14 minutes and 18 seconds to go here in the contest. As we'll come to our timeout. It's a media timeout, and we'll take this break. 61-49 is our score. You're watching the CAC Pod on the VU Media Network.
Scrivener.
14-18 remaining as Tunde hits the first. Second shot is no good. Bryant with the rebound. Here comes Himes. Oh, get that shot out of here by Bundu. 62-49. Shock on top. They'll throw it in. As we'll have a foul called.
The foul is on Washington Advantage, number 2, Michael Brown.
Brown picks up the foul.
Third.
That's his second. (62-49) is our score. Shock on top. Here's Himes. The shot from the right baseline is no good. (62-49) as the Shock. Bondu left open for three. No good. Hawkins with the rebound. Hawkins puts it back up, no good. Another opportunity for the Shock as we have a whistle. So apparently the foul is on Bryant. Here's Tunde. Hits the three. That's his second three-pointer, and it's 65-49. Shock in control. Still a lot of time left here in the second half. Pettis for three. In and out. As we'll have a push. And a foul will be called on Brown. That's his third personal. Team's fourth.
The lineup for Washington Adventist is number 12, Anderson.
Anderson checks back in for the Shock. Three-pointer on the way by Pettis is no good. And here come the Shock as the ball poked out from behind. Here's Himes, bounce pass. Here's Pettis. Pettis, nice play to the basket, but unable to hit. Ooh, and Pettis takes a hard hit as he's down there on the floor. Hopefully he's all right. Looked like he was favoring his shoulder a little bit as he was rolling around.
The foul is on Washington Adventist, number 5, Emmanuel Hilton. That's his second, team's fifth.
So Emmanuel picks up the foul. That's his second. And Pettis is able to get up, so that's a good sign. (65-49) is our score. The Force are down. With 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Himes will take the two and will miss it. Bandu. Hawkins. And good defense as it was last touched by the Shock. .12:04 remaining here in the second half. 65-49 is our score. Out of the corner for three. No good. Anderson lobs it up for Hawkins. 67-49. Shock on top. Three-pointer back the other way. That's good by Cardenas. 5 3-pointers now for Kyle Cardenas. It's 67-52. Anderson back the other way. Can't hit. Anderson gets the loose ball. Count it. And one. 69-52. Anderson now with 27 points.
That's his second, team's fourth.
As Himes picks up the foul. (69-52) as Anderson will be back at the line to try to complete the three-point play. Anderson has played great off the bench. Back in the first half, he scored 12 quick points in about a 2-minute span. And now he's back at the line trying to complete a three-point play.
At the line, shooting one is number 12, Anderson.
You know, I can see that matchup tomorrow with Anderson going up against the big men for the Tigers. And that will be a nice matchup tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, make sure you tune in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow as we have more basketball, day 3 of the conference pod. It's 70-52, Shock on top. And that rolls around and good for 3. As Bryant hits his first 3, Himes falls to the floor. And the foul is called on the Shock. Scrivener picks up the foul. That's Tunde Scrivener's second foul. 15-point lead here for the Shock. Still plenty of time to go with 10 minutes and 41 seconds to go. It's a shot from the free throw line. It's no good. Bandu comes away with the rebound. Hopkins all alone for the big man, Anderson. Anderson now with 30 points. And a steal by Hopkins. Hopkins ready for takeoff. Under 10 minutes to go, 74-55, and the Shock keeps pouring it on. Good defense. Becomes instant offense? No. Bandu. And this Shock team on a 19-point lead as Steele returns for Wilberforce.
Number 20, Baines, and number 55.
Baines checks back in for the shot. Nine and a half minutes to go in this ball game. Bounce pass, and the shot is up and in. There by Marshall. (74-57). Here's Hopkins. And almost a steal. Hawkins able to control it back for the shot. And Bondu hits the three. That's his first three of the ball game. Back out to a 20-point lead for the shot as Cardenas answers. 6 threes for Cardenas. It's a 17-point advantage for the shot. 8 minutes and 34 seconds to go in the fourth and final game in day 2 of the conference pod.
The basket is good for 2 by
Gilkerson puts it in. 79-60. The ball goes out of bounds. It will be Wilberforce calls a timeout. But a shot in control and in command. We'll take this break and come right back for more of the CAC pod on the VU Media Network. Eight minutes and 8 seconds to go in the ball game. 79-60 is our score. Shock in command of this game from the outset. I'm Clarence Jones, and the Shock are about 8 minutes away, tying things up in the conference pod. As the Shock will still have possession. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Tunde for three, no good. Steele with the rebound. Here's Steele. Steele up and under. That's good for Steele. Steele now with 7 points. And trying to keep Wilberforce hopes alive here. And making defensive plays like that. We'll see if they can get a three. Nope. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Wilberforce ball.
Returning for Washington Adventist is number 5, Joseph, and number 12, Anderson.
Emmanuel and Anderson checks back in for the Shock. .6:45 remaining, still misses from up close. Cross-court pass, goes inside, here's Anderson, the big man, puts it in.
By Anderson for 2.
Anderson doing a nice job here this evening as the shot in the lane goes no good. Anderson with the easy 2.
Anderson.
Anderson with 30-plus points in this ball game this evening. 82-62, back out to a 20-point lead for the Shock. As we have a foul call, Marshall picks up the foul.
At the line shooting 2 is number 1, Scribner.
Tunde Scribner back at the line shooting 2.
Back at the Wilberforce is number 2, Hines, and number 20, Bryant.
Himes checks back in along with Bryant for the Bulldogs. Missing the second shot. 84-62. Shock has been in command since the tip-off. With that last field goal. Anderson, as he falls to the floor. That's a mountain of a man falling to the floor.
Preston Steele. That's his 4, team 6. That for the Shock is 0.
All right, so we have a timeout taken by the Sharks. So we'll take another timeout. 84-62 is our score. You're watching the CAC pod right here on the VU Media Network. All right, coming back out of the timeout with the Shock in command of this ball game, up by 20, 84-64, looking for more. That shot no good, Steele with the rebound. As we coming up on the 5-minute mark remaining left in this ball game. Out of the corner for three, that's Hunter. So Hunter scores his first bucket since the first half. Should be 84-67. And a three back the other way as Tunde Scrivener hits his third three. And is back out to a 20-point lead with 4:29 remaining.
Returning is number 1 for Wilberforce, Cardenas.
Cardenas returns for Wilberforce. And Cardenas, he has tried to play his best game here this evening, but his team still down by 20. Hopkins, good.
Good by Hopkins for 2.
Hopkins, most of his points in the second half, most of his points came in the second half. 89-67 with 3:57 to go.
Is on Washington Adventist, number 12, Anderson.
Anderson picks up the foul. That's his fourth.
At the line. Media timeout.
All right, we're at a media timeout, our final media timeout of the whole day. It's 89-67. We're going to take a short break and come right back for more CAC basketball action on the VU Media Network. .357 remaining here in the ball game. 89-67. The Shock in the lead. Shock never trailed in this game. You're watching the CAC pod on the VU Media Network. I'm Clarence Jones. And at the line is Himes. Himes with 11 points so far on the evening. .22 lead. The Shock right now, I know it's 3:45 remaining, but I'm pretty sure their attention will start to go on the Tigers. 91-67 with 3.5 to go. The only question now remains is, will the Shock break 100 points here in this game? Anderson try to get a little fancy with it. Pull-up shot there by Pettis. We have 3 minutes remaining here. Anderson will go for three and hits. I'm running out of room as far as scorecard for Anderson. That's a two-point basket by Himes. Well, Anderson is my MVP of this ball game right here. So we have a trophy right here at the broadcasting table, and I know one of those trophies is going to Anderson. Still, third time's a charm. Boy, that would have been embarrassing if he would have missed the third time. And Cardenas, another three. His 7th three of the game, and that matches the tournament record here, which was even whether it was men or women, as Emmanuel hits it. In our last game, it was Shamdeen with 7 3-pointers for the Lady Shark, and now Cardenas has matched that 3-point output with 7 3-pointers himself. As Anderson will head out, and also Bandu, Emmanuel, and Tunde, all with great games here this evening. And of course, the attention now turns to Voorhees tomorrow. This should be a big game at 3 o'clock Eastern, so make sure you join us. We have 2 more games to wrap up the conference pod. 1 o'clock, the women will take the court. Lady Tigers against the Shock, Lady Shock. Then at 3 Eastern, it will be the Shock and the Tigers. 20-point lead, now down to 18 as Pettis. This is part of the game where Shannon Sharp would say empty calorie points. Gilkerson picks up the foul. So here's Himes with 50 seconds to go, as the Bulldogs will play hard to the end. Three-pointer on the way, it's good. Josiah Baines, that's his second three. And with 30 seconds to go, Shock on their way to the victory, as Kyle Cardenas, that's his 8th three, and that's the most made threes in this conference pod this weekend. Shot clock turned off. Will they go for 100? Nope. So that will do it. 99-81 is the final score, as the Shock comes back in a big way after the loss last night, and now they'll turn their attentions to Voorhees tomorrow afternoon. Once again, that'll be a big game here in the Tigers' Den. All right, we're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We'll have a quick wrap-up, and we'll get you set for tomorrow. But stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the VU Media Network. back here for the post-game show as we wrap things up, the fourth and final game. And it was a dominating performance by the Shock here this evening. And now the Shock will turn their attention towards to the Voorhees Tigers, and that should be a wonderful game. That's tomorrow. So let's set the stage for tomorrow. 1 o'clock Eastern, we'll have the Lady Shock taking on the Lady Tigers. That's at 1 o'clock. And then following that will be the men's game at 3 o'clock. Big game between the Shock and the Tigers. The MVPs for this game, for the winning team, of course, the big man, Isaiah Anderson, 6'8", and he looked like he played taller than that, but he has an outside game, inside game, and a wide body. Now, that's what you call a truckload right there, and he's going to be a handle for the Tigers coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, for Wilberforce, I have to salute and tip my cap to Kyle Cardenas as he hit 8 3-pointers in a losing effort. So the Bulldogs finished this pod with an 0-2 record. So both the men and the women for Wilberforce finishes with a 0-2 record. Meanwhile, for the Shock of the women's Shock, they're 1-1, and they'll go up against the Lady Tigers, who are also 1-1 in this conference pod. And then now the Shock men with a 1-1 record in the conference pod take on the Cardiac Cats and the Voorhees Tigers, because back-to-back double overtime games. Will we see another double overtime game? Well, you'll just have to tune in and find out. Well, before I go, I cannot say enough about the effort put in to this conference pod, especially here on the media side. Of course, you see me here out in front of the cameras, but that's just me, and you hear me behind the scenes as well. But I want to give some props and credit to right now. If I can have my crew people come down so they can get their props. We have Josh Brown and also our student here, Dominique. Come on and say hello. Come on in closer. Come in closer. These are some of the folks, along with Darryl Brown. And I know Darryl, he has to get ready to head back to Atlanta. And I just want to thank you, sir. I appreciate it so much here. And of course,
you're welcome.
Yes, you have done a fine job here. And cannot forget about Carolyn Gass. She's all the way in the background, but you know, she don't want to come out in front and say hello. I understand that. And also a big shout out to Curtis Sumner right now, who's also watching our live stream. So okay, so 10 games we had to play here. We're 8 games down, 2 more games to go. Please join us tomorrow as we have day 3 of the finale of the conference pod right here. And you can tune right here on our YouTube page at Voorhees University Athletics, and also Facebook Live at Voorhees University. For a final time, thank you so very much for joining us here on this long edition of basketball action here. And join us here tomorrow, 1 o'clock for the women, 3 o'clock for the men. For everybody here at Voorhees University, I'm Clarence Jones. Thank you so very much for tuning in to the VU Media Network, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon. So long, everybody.